Okay, so we are streaming live now. So thanks again everyone for taking out time and just a second. So yeah, so this session will be in English only, no other language. And thanks again everyone for taking out time. Just before I start, let me give you a quick information that what all we are going to cover in this particular workshop. So here today we have this SQL window functions, which by default I will discuss, but parallelly we will be solving questions as well. So in the start, I will explain. I have broken down the session into three parts. The first part will be where I'll be explaining you the concepts of window function, right? And then we will solve some basic and intermediate questions which are very frequently asked, or which are like you will find in interviews, you will find in if you're practicing somewhere, right? These questions are very frequent. After that, in the last third part of the session, I have three challenging questions for you guys, right? Which you need to attempt and try in the live class only. Okay, so first third of the session, try to listen as much as you can, right? In the second part, you have to practice as well while I am explaining things. And in the third part, you will be tested. By tested, I mean I will give you questions, I'll give you certain time, solve them, and then I will discuss the solution. Okay, so that is how the session is going to be. Session is live streamed on YouTube, so even after this, it will be available. You can access from there. Okay, so before I start, any doubt, anyone? Or just want to know, like, how many of you are familiar with window functions? It will be tested on. Yeah, so I have already provided the tables. Yeah, please, if someone has doubts, please ask. Also, during the session, I will not be taking doubts throughout because it disrupt. Because in previous live sessions we have seen that. So I'll be opening sessions like for doubt, then ask that. Otherwise, you can put your questions in chat box. Okay, I have already uploaded the data set. Sure, I'll brief about myself as well. I've already uploaded the data set. I've shared. Anyone who does not have access to the data that needs to be created will be needing that. I I put on group. Let me just give me a second. Let me check if I can share the link here. So I have sent the link on the chat box. You can download the data set from there. So if you go there, there will be a file in. If you go in the data, so this is a folder. It has data folder, and you will find this SQL workshop. It contains the code to create the data. So have your SQL servers ready with you. We'll be needing them in the later half. Okay. So with this, just before I start, I want to know, like, what how many of you know about, like, rate your skills in window functions in basic, intermediate, or advanced. You can self rate yourself. I just want to know, although I know like most of you have filled the form, so I know about you, but still, like, it will be good to know in the live class. Okay, basic, intermediate, yes, yes, okay. Okay, perfect. So during the session, the way to discuss is that you can, as I mentioned, you can always comment here. I will try to answer in the live class as well. And Otherwise, if there is some major doubt, you can like raise your hands and you can ask the session. I make sure this is a practical workshop, so it will go for some like as you know, this is scheduled for 3 hours, but I will give breaks after every hour, like for 5-10 minutes. You can take break and then come back again so that you don't feel exhausted. Okay, I'm starting now. Let's start with the discussion about the window functions. You can use any online SQL editor that you want. Okay, there's no restriction there. It's up to you. You can. I'm using PostgreSQL. You can use MySQL. Otherwise, there are a lot of online editors. You can use anything that you want. Okay, so now let's start discussing window function. Before I start telling you about that what is window function, uh, let me tell you this thing. Based on my experience, 90% of the SQL questions you can solve using window functions. Of course, there are some constraints that, like if there's a string question, there are different categories of question. But in most of the scenarios, if you start thinking every question from the window function perspective, right? You will realize that 90% of the questions you can solve with it, and it will be like in general you're practicing method, right? Your brain intuition, if you start thinking from the window function perspective, it will really give you a lot of edge when you are dealing with the like difficult questions, which we will see later in this particular video. Okay, so in this first of all I will explain the logical intuition of window function uh, without going. After that, we will start discussing how to develop architecture for solving a SQL question. Because a lot of people ask this, okay, I know SQL functions, but problem happens whenever I see a question, I just don't know what to apply, right? Reason is that we don't follow structured approach while solving a problem. So I will be building that. Okay. So let's start first of all with the logical intuition of a window function. Okay, so you in your screen you see that there are 9 figures, right? There is a circle, there's a triangle of different. The numbers here you see they are the area of that particular figure. Now, if I ask you the question that what is the total area of all these 9 figures? So what will you do? Like how will you calculate it, or like what will be your perspective of solving it?
Using area,
Area is given.
the-
Area of each segment is given, right? What you need? What will you do?
we can add all the areas.
So
Group sum.
what will you do right now? You will add the all the areas that are given in this particular slide, correct? So what will be
Yes.
your focus area? You will see, okay, in this, because I have not mentioned any constraint here, right? So what you will do, you will see, okay, let's say this is the screen, this is my focus area, okay, and whichever figure is lying inside this, I will add their areas. Is it right? That right? So you like which even if let's say trapezoid comes, any figure comes, you will just take that area and that will be the sum, right? This will be the approach that you will follow. Now let's move to the next question. What is the total area of circles, squares, and triangles respectively? That is separately you need to tell the area of circle, triangle, and square. So how will you approach about that?
No, we
Don't
can sum
don't
up.
talk about
Sum.
SQL right now. I've not entered SQL. Just think from without SQL perspective. Just
So we
think.
will be adding as per object.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Anyone else, please?
Yeah. So we will be adding the value as per objects.
But what will be the, let's say
Actually,
if there are not only three, there are, let's say, multiple figures, right? Multiple. Let's say there are 10 types of figures, 20 types of figures. So what will you do?
So that will become a cumbersome activities to calculate.
I know, but what will be your step? So your step will be, first of all, you will separate the circles together, right? You'll separate the squares together and you'll separate the triangles together, right? So
Yes,
then
yes.
what you will do, you will focus on each of your focus area. Let's say this is my one focus area. Okay. You will take all the sum that is coming here. Then you will focus on the second part. You will take the sum here and you will focus on the third part. You will take the sum here. Is it right? This will be sum one, of sum of square, let's say, sum of circles. Uh, this will be sum of square and this will be sum of triangle, correct? And you will take whatever area comes. So you will segment circle separately, you will segment square separately, you will segment triangle separately, right? A lot of you must be thinking what kind of basic question is he asking, but I'll tell you, this is the whole basics of building a block of window function. Okay, so what did you do actually? You put all the circles in one frame, you put all the squares in same one frame, and you put all the triangles in one frame, and then you took their sum, right? This thing that you created, it is called window, or you can call partition. Okay, window, or you can call partition, or you can also call group by, like whatever you want to use. Basically what you are doing right now is based on the question. What you are doing, you are segmenting the figures in different areas and you are summing them up. Any doubt, anyone till this point?
No.
Okay. Now, so I just said, I'm just repeating, I just said that whenever you are given 9 figures, right? You were the first question was, tell me the total area. So what did you do? You created a big window and you took all their sum. When I asked, tell me the total area of circles, squares, and triangles separately, what did you do? Even though you had a big area here, it is still there, but you still segmented it, right? You created further segment and put circles in one segment, put squares in one segment, put triangles in another segment, and then you took the sum of that particular area only to calculate that, right? So this is the part of calculating of any figure that you want. Now let's move to the next question. What is the total area of two largest figures in each category? Let's say I ask you this. So how will you approach about solving this? Based on whatever we did now.
So we will be segmenting circles based on larger to
What will
low.
you do first of all? Tell me. First of all, what will you do? First,
We'll create
First, we
groups
group them.
of the
We'll
figures
take
and
the
then we will
largest
sort.
ones from each
We
group.
will sort them from the descending.
right?
First, we
First
group.
of all, you will create group, right? Can you
Yes.
sort
Yeah.
it before grouping? Tell me.
No,
There's no point of sorting anything before grouping, right?
correct.
Like what are you
Yeah.
sorting at?
Yes.
Make sense? Right?
Yes.
Yes.
So first you will group them. Okay, so let's say when I group them, they will become like this, right? You will see
Correct.
similar, will see similar partition, just like we saw earlier. Okay, correct.
Right.
And now what you have to do, you have to tell the top two areas. So what you will do, you will sort them. So you will pick the first two, right? You will calculate the areas and put the first two at the start. Now, if you remember in SQL, whenever you write, your group by comes before order by. Do you know? Can you realize now why it is happening? That you cannot order by something till you have grouped by, right? So this was the reason. Now, this concept so what did we do? If you analyze the three questions that we did right now, in the first question, you took the whole context, whole window, right? In second, you created a partition inside that main window, right? And the third, inside each partition, what did you do? You sorted the data that was present. Agreed or not?
Yes.
This is the whole concept of window function. That now problem is that you can visualize this thing very easily because these are just small 9 figures and you can visualize it. Same concept applies in all the window function that you see. The first is your main context, right? Second is deciding the partition, and third is deciding whether you want to sort data or not. Okay, so this is just the this was just a basic intuition that this is the concept of like building concept of window function, right? And keep this thing in mind when we will be solving question in this particular class, that what do I mean by partition, what do I mean by order, and what do I mean by whole context.
Excuse me, sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Sir, in this last question, we are not being told that we need to find the largest figure according to the category. So I don't understand why are we grouping it? Because I think if we just order it by
Each
descending, then
category, what do you mean by each category?
okay, right. Okay, now, okay, yeah.
Okay, so sorry, they asked two largest, right? So right now, if you see these are not sorted, right? This is medium, this is small, this is larger. So these two will be the large. This will be the one and one. These two will be the largest one, and you will take this up, right? But the overall
So
intuition,
in each category, we are finding two largest. So basically 6 in total. That
total
is
six.
that.
Total
Yeah,
6, but in each category there are two. Right?
2. Yeah.
Okay. So do you understand the concept of partition now? What do I mean by partition? This partition, group by, everything means same. Okay. They are just English words to confuse you. Okay. So right, like when we are seeing such scenarios, we don't need to know this partition group by, because these are very naturally intuitive to us, right? But the problem comes when we see like we are not able to relate, okay, what is the meaning of partition, what is group by, why order is required, why it is not required, right? So those are the basic things we will be studying in this particular course. So any doubt before I move ahead?
No. Sir, could you please explain partition?
Tell me, what do you understand by partition? Then I will tell you. Partition, yeah, please tell me. What do you understand as of now, or you don't understand? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
The concept of partition says that depending upon the question, depending upon the scenario, remember, this is my initial main context window, right? I might need to split this window in various groups as per the question. Right now, the question was that I wanted for each category. So I had to create 3 partitions because there were 3 figures. One was circle, one was square, one was triangle. Okay. So partition is nothing, is basically grouping the data into different chunks. Okay. So let's say this is your whole data, you chunk it like this. So this is chunk 1, this is chunk 2, this is chunk 3. That's how you do it. Okay, now how to decide chunks, that is something we will see, right? That okay, because that depends upon, there's no thumb rule for that you need to read the question, analyze what they're asking, and then you basically create the partitions. Okay, but the whole concept of partition you understand now, right? That partition is nothing, just grouping my entire data or slicing my entire data as per the question's need. Okay, any doubt, anyone?
No, so we can move forward.
Okay, so please someone put the that link in chat box. Someone is asking, I cannot access right now. Okay, so basically now what we're going now, let's discuss the agenda for this particular workshop. First of all, we will discuss how to break down a SQL problem, right? Because see, window function or any other function, that we will see, no problem about that. But see, you will be getting the recordings, right? And notes, I'm not, like for this class I'm not providing any notes, but you will get whatever data sets we are using, you will get that, and the PPT, if you want, I can share that. Okay, so first of all, we'll see whenever a SQL question is given, how to break it down, because this is the biggest challenge that everyone faces, that okay, I know window function, I know this function, but I'm not able to understand what to do. After that, we will see the syntax of window function. Then, as I mentioned, we will do some standard questions. These are easy to intermediate level. And then there are 3 complex questions. And in the end, we will open for question and answer. Okay. So let us start with breaking down a SQL question. That whenever a SQL question is given, so let's say I'm giving a SQL question right now. Tell me, what do you do when you see a SQL question? Okay. That whether you, uh, how do you interpret the information? When do you start coding? Suppose you have, let's say, 6 minutes to solve this particular question. How will you go about it? Okay. Tell me in chat box. Okay. So let's say this is a SQL question. Data is given and the question is given at the top. Read it and tell me, if you have 6 minutes, how will you approach solving it? Read the question. I'm giving you a few minutes. You don't need to solve this question. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to solve. Just tell me approach. Or by approach, I mean, what will you do? Like, because a lot of you might not be able to solve this right now. But what will you do? Suppose, let's say you have 6 minutes. You have to do something, right? So what will you do?
Firstly, we'll find
Yes.
the average and then we'll compare each of that average. Hello?
Yeah, please speak one
Yes.
time. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, so I'm saying firstly we'll find the average performance in particular region and then we'll compare each sale with that average. So this will be the approach.
Okay. Anyone? Any other thing?
Like,
I will break down this question into 2 to 3 parts.
Okay. Okay. So you'll break down into 2 to 3 parts and then you will solve it. Okay.
yeah, like my approach will be first understand the question, read the data set, what it is exactly. Then after we understanding the question, what is the desired answer? So you'll get one imaginary thing. Then afterwards you can go ahead and solving, so that it will give you a clear idea.
Okay. But you said this, but do you guys actually follow it while solving? Or let's say I just give you 6 minutes, or you just start writing the code. How many of you actually start thinking before you actually code?
I believe the key here is to catch the keywords. So basically, if I go from the starting of the question, then it's about compare the average performance. So average performance is a keyword for me now. And then I
Yes.
have to categorize according to product. So category and product. So basically I have to divide it by product. That is another keyword for me. And then there is given that the time window of the last 7 days. So that is also a keyword for me. Now I
Yes.
have to think which should be implemented first.
That is that is the catch. Sorry, I just cut you down. That
No,
is
no,
the
no.
catch.
Yeah.
The
So
thing is
for me,
that,
I guess
yeah,
product
please.
category, categorizing it would be the first step according to my knowledge. And then the last step would be the average performance, because that is going into the select part. And the second would be the 7 days thing. I don't know how far I am, but that's my thought process.
I got it. The problem with this, for this particular question, okay, you're right. The problem with this is that this is not a general approach, which you told me. Okay. That, okay, for example, let's say, see, there are different type of people. Few people are very sharp. When they read a question, they understand it very quickly and they are able to relate the steps. Step one, okay, let's say this is the step one, this is step two, this is step three. Okay. And I'm not talking about the sharp people right now. Okay, they are already sharp, so it's fine. But what if you're like me? For example, you read a question and you're not able to understand or decipher how to break down a question. Okay, So we have to follow a systematic approach first. So how this thing comes that if you are a SQL beginner, okay, or an intermediate level, you need to force yourself to what I'm going to teach you next. Okay, there is a certain architecture, right? This architecture is my self built, like you won't find anywhere online. It is just that I follow for myself, it works for me, that's why I'm sharing with you. Okay, now the problem comes in following that, because we are in so much rush these days that we just want quick solutions to everything, and whenever we see, we will just either chat gpt, google, or somewhere, and we will just like fine, like for us what matters, okay, whether I'm getting an answer or not. But that is the wrong, that is where you need to stop, because in interviews, let me tell you, I have told this in earlier workshops as well, that you will be given question, you'll have 5 to 6 minutes only, or max to max 8 minutes. Okay, you will have to produce the result that they are asking. If you're not able to produce that, forget that you're getting selected, you'll be rejected, right? Because earlier what used to happen, that they used to check, okay, uh like have you done some of the basic things correct or not. They don't check that now, they just check if they want answer to be 800, are you getting 800 or not. That's very simple. Okay, now because of this, what happens, people just start focusing on that, and they forget about the uh, okay, is my voice breaking?
No, no, it is clear.
No, your voice
Okay,
is fine.
okay, so now forget about this question, let's start building that architecture. Okay, that whenever there should be a systematic process of things, right? So that's what I'm going to tell you. Again, this is my personal self built, I'm not saying that it will work 100% for everyone, because not everyone is that patient to follow that approach, but this is my experience. So I always follow this, and because of this, my intuition has also improved before solving any particular question. Okay, so first of all, the step one is, whenever you're given, now forget about the previous question, let's start building the solution for, or architecture for, any type of question. Okay, so how to understand the question, that is, let's say something is given to you, for example. Okay, so let's say this is the point where you are given a starting point, that this is the question that is given to you. Okay, your first, now what will come to your mind, lot of things like distractions. Okay, shall I follow this particular approach, shall I follow that particular approach, right? So there will be distraction, one, two, three, so many distractions can be there, but there will be one right method, one right approach. Okay, so how to reach that? Correct. So basically you have to nullify all these distractions in your mind, and you have to think of a systematical order so that you can reach to target. And what is that method, that from how from starting point you reach to the target without going towards a distraction, is first of all visualizing that what is my expected output table. Okay, this is very important. uh, this might sound very obvious to few, but trust me, this is very important. Whenever you are given a question, your first step should be to, if you can draw, if you can visualize, if you can create a rough architecture of the expected output table, then only you will, because you need to know the starting point, you need to know the end point. Okay, if you don't have any end point, what will happen? You might go here, you might go here, you might go here, right? But if you know that this is my starting point, this is my end point, okay, you can go this way, you can go this way, you can go this way, or you can, suppose you can do this and still you reach here, but eventually you are reaching here. Correct. So the first step is to to understand what is the expected output table. Now for example, this is a table question that I've given, this is the question. Okay, now tell me, which of these options could be the expected output table based on your understanding?
First table.
First one.
Option one.
Why not have option 2? They asked department total salary for each department. I have calculated.
Because they have asked the salary for each department and not for the each employee.
Correct. Yes. Now thing was that this was a very simple question, so you were able to relate. Okay, yeah, this between these two, this seems to be the best option, and that is one. And so how did you create in the question whenever you're given a question, right, you won't be given options. You will need to create this mapping that, okay, from here I have to reach here. Remember, this could be wrong initially, it's fine, but you need to create something that, okay, from here I need to reach here, correct? So because it is given total salary for each department, so what do I need? What do I infer from this? For I need something like there will be departments and there will be some salary type of thing. I need something like this, right? So this will be my initial diagram that, okay, from this I need to go to this particular level. Right now it's just, okay, how to reach there I will speak about it, but right, initial step is force yourself, and especially I'm talking about people who are beginners or intermediate. Force yourself this method for a good number of questions, okay, that no, I don't want to rush. I will take 30 minutes to solve the question initially, but I will first of all create expected output table only, then only I will move ahead, otherwise I'm not going to move ahead. Okay, so this was your first step. Any doubt? Anyone?
No, sir.
Okay, now point comes, okay, I know my starting point, I know my end point, but how to go from here to here? That is the biggest problem, right? That is what everyone wants to know. Okay, so thing is that there can be two type of scenarios. First is, suppose you are at the starting point, the data is given, you just apply a direct formula and you get it here, correct? For example, in this particular scenario, if you see, we have this employee ID, name, last name, department, salary. You will simply do take department, sum of salary, group by department, right? So it's a straight formula in this particular question, but life is not easy, right? So what will happen that to reach from here, but for example, in this particular question that I gave you, this one, there is no direct formula, right? You need to create steps from starting point to end point. So what there will be milestones. For example, let's say this is your milestone 1, this is your milestone 2, this is your milestone 3. Okay, so first you need to go from here to here, then you need to go from here to here, then you need to go from here to here, and then you need to go from here to here. Eventually you have to reach here, but here what is happening, you have to reach at multiple stations first of all before reaching to the target. And what are these stations? You have taken the question, you have to break down into, so this should be a direct formula. Okay, from reaching starting point to this should be a direct formula. Okay, so you can say this is a hybrid question where you have a series of operations. So each operation should be direct formula. You have to break it into that much level. You can break it into 10 steps, 20 steps. It's totally up to you. Generally, 3 to 4 steps are more than enough. Okay, and even in the difficult questions, we will see that. So what you need to do, take your initial data, visualize your target data, then try to break down that, okay, first what I will do, I will calculate this particular variable. Second, I will calculate this particular, then I will summarize. Okay, let's say I calculate variable 1, I calculate variable 2, then I summarize, right? And then I reach my target. Okay, now right now things are sounding theoretical, but we will apply same concepts in the questions once I start. Okay, so keep this in mind. Any doubt, anyone?
No, sir.
Okay, so what are my 2 steps? My first step is, can you just confirm me what is my first step?
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Sir, can you please repeat that?
Which part?
The whole part.
The whole, as in this slide, or what?
No, sir. Only this slide.
So what did I say? That whenever you are given an input question, right? Let's say you're given this particular question, and you visualize, as what was our first step? You need to visualize your target, or what is my expected output table. Now there are 2 methods. First, the question is little easy or intermediate, you just apply a direct formula and you reach there. Okay,
Okay.
the second step is for example, there's a question that I shared, this one, uh, right? Here, there's no such direct formula exists, and most of the difficult interview questions will be like this only. Okay, that there will be no relation between input data and the final output data. So what will you do there? You will break down into multiple steps. Okay, first you'll create various milestones. What are these milestones? These milestones are nothing basically. Let's say you apply direct formula to initial table, then you reach to a table, then you apply another direct formula, then you reach from here to here, then you apply another one, then you apply another one, and then you reach to target. So basically these milestones are nothing. They are just, I will say, uh, like transformation, that okay, first that formula, second that formula, and that. So these you need to create based on your experience, based on whatever your knowledge is. Okay.
Okay.
We will see the implementation as the questions come, but keep this in mind. uh, Force yourself to think this way, that first, whenever a question is given, I have to create an expected output table. Second, I have to see, can I directly solve it, yes or no? Second, if no, then what can I do to reach, let's say, at some place for from where I reach there, something like this. You need to think like that. Okay, so these milestones can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending upon the question.
Yeah.
Any doubt?
No, sir. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, a PPT I will share after the class. Okay, now comes the main part. Okay, right now I was just talking about, okay, yes, there is a target. You either reach directly or you reach step by step. But for each step, for example, which I just mentioned here, there are two type of questions. Okay, so in SQL, there are two types of questions. Remember this. This is universally valid. You can verify it through tons of questions. The first question type is where you have a customized selection. Okay. And second, where you need to create a summary or a report. Okay. Now, within each I will tell you about what do I mean by customized selection. So within each, there is direct formula. So let's start first of all, understand what do I mean by customized selection. Okay, so customized selection are as those kind of data, or operations, questions, where you are not changing the primary key of your data set. Okay, you are either, so let's say this is your data set. Okay, you are not transfer, you are either adding some columns. Okay, or you're filtering something. Okay, so either you are adding some columns, okay, or you are filtering something. So what is happening, the overall structure of the table you are not changing. What do I mean by structure? The primary key remains same. That, see, in this category you make customized selection from the data without changing the format of the data set. Okay, so let's say you select few, for let's say there were 100 columns given, you just selected 10. This is a customized selection. Or suppose you filtered your data, let's say you just need top 5 values. Okay, so you filtered your data. Or similarly, there can be when you create like lead additional variables. For example, you have a data given, someone has asked you create a additional column percentage, additional column streak, something like that. Okay, there what you do, uh, there you need to create an extra column. So either you are adding columns, you are reducing columns, you are adding rows, or you are reducing rows. So these are called customized selection. Any doubt, anyone, in this particular type of question? Please look at it, just read once, let me know.
Sir, sorry, this might be very basic, but the fourth point, adding extra columns, could you give an example?
Yeah,
Probably like, it's been quite a while I've revised. So
okay, so let's say this is the data: transaction ID, transaction date, product name, amount, and customer ID. Okay, let's say, okay, let me just come out of screen. So suppose you have this particular data. Let's say you have name, okay, and you have marks. Okay, so let's say the name is A, B, C, D. There are 4 candidates and which have marks, for example, 60, 70, 50, and 40. So this is your table, for example. Now what you are doing here, let's say I give you the question that create a rank, let's say based on the information, create a rank of marks. So what you will do in this particular scenario, you will create an additional column here, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Got it.
Right, correct. And what you will
Yeah.
do, you will simply add. So what is happening? What was your primary key of this particular data set? Names, right? A, B,
Name.
C,
Yeah.
right? You're not changing your primary key. You can add another column here. For example, let's say you call percentage of marks. Okay, you
Yeah.
can,
Right.
you can keep on adding. Does not matter. Okay,
Yeah.
where you are extending or reducing the data. So here you are extending, or let's say I only asked, only give me the names. So what will you do in that particular scenario? You will remove all this, correct? You will only select the name.
Yeah.
So what is that? Eventually, even after removing or adding columns, my primary key is remains same. My overall structure of the data remains same. I can, or you can simply reduce the rows. For example, you put a filter that where marks is greater than 70. What happens in this scenario? You have a bigger data. Okay, let's say you have this data. You basically stream down. You reduce it to a smaller data. Correct. This is your main data, and this is your reduced data. So even in this, primary key does not change.
Right.
Any doubt, anyone?
What is the meaning of lead and lag values?
Lead lag, I will. It's their window functions. I'll explain later. Don't worry. Their window functions, I'll cover them. But they're just in those also. What you do, you create additional column. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's not changing the format. By what I mean by format, first of all, let's think. By format, I mean primary key. Okay. So let's say I add a column. Okay. Is it changing my primary key? For example, let me just refresh it. So let's say again, I'm repeating again for example, this was let's say student ID. Okay. Let's say employee ID, employee salary. Let's say these are the 2 columns. Okay. Now ID is 101, 102, 103, 104. And you have some salary, for example, let's say 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Let's say this is the table. When you add column to this, you are just expanding the data horizontally, correct? You are just expanding it horizontally here. Did you do any formation, any transformation to a data set? No, you just added a column. Is it clear? Okay, so either by adding columns, removing columns, adding row, removing row, you're not changing the primary key of your data set. This is very important to know. Okay, and trust me, this will be very much required when you will see, whenever you read any question, you have to visualize whether I need to add columns, I need to create something, whether it is a customized selection or it is a summary type of question. Okay. How can we know this query? We have to use window. See, I will come to window functions. Don't worry. I have not even started right now. I'm just explaining the basics. Right now, I'm just explaining how to tackle any SQL question. If you remove row here, for example, these were 4 rows. Let us say I remove the row number 4. My data set becomes this. What is my primary key of this data? It is still the ID. So it is by removing or adding rows, It's not changing my it is not changing my structure of my table. That's what I mean. In that case, you will take the combination of those two variables. You need to check. So others, you said that sometimes primary key is the combination. If there is a combination, you need to check that. Main thing is understand whether you need to add column, okay, remove column, you need to add row or remove row. If you are performing any of these four operations, the format of your data is not changing. Agreed? Adding column, adding row, removing row. Does any of this operation change the overall primary key of your data set or the format of your whatever is given? Yes, yes. Is it clear, everyone? Yes, we can say that. We can say that. Now, this is very important to understand. Ashwara, tell me this. For example, this particular table has 3 rows: 101, 102, 103. Okay. If I remove this particular row, 103, did it change overall structure of my table? What I mean primary key. Did it change the primary key when I removed the row?
So you mean we have to issue the DL statement here, right?
Uh,
Or remove that query we have to use. Is that will reduce the row? Is that what you're saying, right?
I'm just saying that even if you're removing or adding row, for example, let us say I add a new row here. Okay. 103 something, let's say. What my primary key was ID only.
The same, yeah, sir, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Your primary key is not changing of the table, right? If you're adding or removing any row.
Yeah.
So what is happening? You are either expanding your data either horizontally or vertically. Expanding or contracting your data horizontally or vertically, it does not change the structure of your data, right? The primary key remains same. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyone, any doubt, please, before I move it. This is very important to understand before we move to the questions. Is it clear? No doubt.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Sir, please repeat the last. You added the columns. Uh, Here I understand the salary and ID, then 103 part.
So tell me, if you add a new row, will it change the primary key of your table?
No.
That's what I mean. That whenever if you're adding or removing rows or columns, it does not change the primary key of your table. That's what I meant. Is it clear or not? Tell me. What is the confusion? Tell me. Hello? Am I audible?
It's clear.
You were asking something, right? Someone was asking a question. Okay. Is it clear? Anyone, any doubt? Yeah. So basically, if I am adding or removing the data from my adding or removing columns or rows from my data, it is not changing the structure. This means customized selection. Okay. Customize. I mean, see, you can name it anything.
Okay, got it. Now we can say we got the.
Got it. Please think. Just think once. If you want, I can just show once in Excel as well. If you want, right?
No.
Is it clear?
Customer selection. Yeah.
This is called customize. See, I just named it, right? I mean, there's no. If you search Google customer, you will not find any such something like this. It just I named it, right? You can call it anything. Okay.
But basically, if something uh, is already given in the data or in the question, how can we change that while solving that?
Sorry, can you repeat?
If something data or anything in the questions already,
Yeah.
which is given. So can we change while solving that?
Yeah, we'll see with the question. Right now, just keep this concept in mind. We will see once I start solving. Uh, Primary key is not changing. Let me explain this. Okay.
Basically, a customized selection is the way we can say hypothetically we can. Uh,
Yes, yes. So suppose let's say this is the data I have. Okay. Now, please everyone just focus here once again. Okay. Uh, so let's say this data is there. I ask you that tell me player names. Tell me players who have, let's say, runs more than 500. Okay. So what will you do out of this? You will first of all extract this column, player name, right? Then you will extract this column, this in a separate table, correct? And then you will select distinct and you will put something. So first of all, what did you do? You extracted column from this. Basically, you reduced. Earlier there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were 7 columns. Now you just have 2 columns because you selected 2 columns. Okay. This is called reducing. You reduce to data to 2 columns. Did this change my overall primary key or architecture? It did not change because my primary key is still, of course, I will have player ID as well. So my primary key will still remain the player ID. Okay. Is it now, or let's say whatever ID you create, now you will reduce it. Primary key is not changing. Okay. What is the primary key of this particular? Let me pick another question. Okay. Let's say this is the question. Okay. It will be easy to understand this one. So let's say this is the data. What is the primary key of this data? Tell me. What do you mean by primary key?
Which means having a unique value to each and
Unique
every
value, right?
row.
Which variable is unique out for in this table? So this table, if you see,
ID.
has 25 rows. Which table is unique? Which column is unique? It is player ID.
Player ID.
Yeah, the player ID.
Okay. So if I do select distinct row, so I will be using player ID for that categorization. Okay. Now let us say I want that give me players who belong to, let's say, RCB, for example. So what will you do? You will pick these 3 columns. Okay. You will filter out first of all these 3 columns. Is it right? Any doubt in the first part? If I ask you, tell me the players who belong to RCB, what will you do?
We will select the player ID, the player name, and we will
And
filter
team.
where condition where the
And
team
team.
is RCB.
I'll come to the condition. First, what will you do? You will filter these 3 columns, right, from the table.
Yeah.
Don't write queries or don't write. Just first of all, focus here. You will first of all select the 3 columns. Now, while selecting these 3 columns, did the primary key? What is the primary key of this new table which I selected? Tell me. What is the primary key of this new table that I created?
Player ID.
Player ID.
Did my primary key change when I selected columns from the main table?
No.
No. Now let's say I put the filter. So when I am reducing, when I'm selecting a few columns out of the main table, it is not changing my primary key. Agreed or not? I'm only performing selection. I'm not doing sum or anything. I'm just only selecting 3 columns out of 8 which were given in the table. Did it change my primary key? Anyone, any doubt till this particular one? Please make sure. If you have doubt, please ask me. I'll explain again and again. See, in that case, player name is also primary key, right? Like either you can say player ID is a primary key, player name is a primary key, right? So that's totally up to you. That depends upon the data set, but you can say either player ID is a primary key or player name is a primary key. So that does not change anything. Okay. Now let's say I ask you next question. tell me players who belong to RCB. What will you do? You will select only those players which are from RCB. So what, let's say I remove the rows from here. I will remove this. Okay. I will remove this. Then I will remove all this. Okay. Now let's say I just stack them in the single table here. Okay. Now tell me, did the primary key change or not? What is the primary key even now for this particular table?
Player ID.
Player ID or player name. It can be anything, you can say. It is possible to have two primary keys. Yes, it is possible to have two primary keys. Okay. So what did we see? Even when I performed some selection of columns from my main table, it did not change my primary key, correct? And even when I filtered something from the main table, it did not change my primary key. This is what I mean by customized selection, that when you have a data given, okay? Now let's say you add a column here. Let's say you add another column points to. Does adding additional column change the primary key?
No.
No.
No. Correct. So that's what I mean. Adding columns, removing columns will not change the primary key. And adding rows or removing rows will not change the primary key of your table. This is what is called customized selection. Yes, the main point is original table rule should remain intact. I'll come to the next part. So this is called customized selection when your primary key is not changing. Okay. When it changes, I will come to that. So is it clear? Any doubt, anyone? This was the first. So this is the first type of question. You have to check if the question is asking me a customized selection or a summary. I will speak about the summary where primary key changes. Okay. But right now, any doubt, anyone? This is very important, very, very important. If you understand these two concepts, your approach to solve the questions will drastically change. Okay. So first point is clear. What is customized selection? Everyone, please ask. You can still ask. Like I'm there. Okay. Shall I move ahead or shall I move ahead? Okay. Please, if someone has asked, you can put what happened. You can put comment in chat box. Okay. So now do you understand this? What do I mean by you make a customized selection? You make a customized selection, and what happens? It could be selecting few columns, filtering something, adding something, or like adding additional columns, something like this. It is called customized selection. So the first type of question is called customized selection. Now in this, there can be a direct formula, there can be a series of steps, which I just told here, that you can directly go from here to here, or you can take steps that we will see. Okay. The second is summary. Someone is asking, where does primary key change? Primary key changes here. Okay. So let me show you. For example, this is the table that we created. Just let me come. For example, this is the table. Let's say I asked you question that calculate the total salary for each department. Now tell me, what are they asking? Remember I told you to predict a output table or expected output. So what will be the expected output of this table?
There will be a column like salary,
Department and salary, correct? It is total salary for each department. So you need a department column and you need a salary. Correct? So your output table will look something like this: department and salary. Here, if you see, your primary key has changed. This is a transformation. You have transformed the table. Here your primary key was what? Employee ID or first name, last name, whatever it was. Here, what is your primary key? It is your department. So do you see this? This is called summary type of question where a primary key is changing. Think for a minute and ask me questions.
Means basically we arrive means arrive at for the approach like extracting whatever is, this might be one of the steps to reach the target. So just extracting the required information or the data from the table,
Okay.
it into a new table, and in that new table uh, the primary key is a different key than the original table.
Yes. See, my original table had employee ID as my primary key, but what is my in my
Yeah.
expected output table, my primary key is something different. Yeah, because the original data is
Yeah.
aggregated, right? It is aggregation, max, min. There are a lot of things which we will
Yeah.
see. So what did I mean by this? That see, now read this. In this category, we take summary, count, sum, min, max of the data and change the format of the data. What is the format? It means primary key. Okay. Okay. So for example, what is the total transaction value? So what do we do? Tell me the total transaction value of this particular data. So what you will do? You will do sum of transactions, right? And it will give you some value. Let's say 1000. This will be your final value. This has totally changed the format. Here it was transaction ID. Here it is amount. Okay. Total transaction of product A. What is the average transaction for each product? What is the most recent transaction for each product? If you read these questions carefully, you see your primary key is changing. Any question? Please think a little bit. So it becomes very important whenever you're given a step, whenever you decide the step, that is my step leading me towards a summary question or it is leading me towards a customized selection. This is very important.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
I have a question here.
Yeah.
So I got the aggregated value, but in output I got the aggregate value, but my primary key is changed. My primary key is not changed in data source, right? Because
Yeah.
in data source I have my original primary key, right?
Your original data will never change. You're just creating a new table which has changed, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying you're
correct.
changing your original data. This is your original data. Let's say A. You have to reach here B, right?
Yeah.
And you have to reach from A to B. I'm not saying you're changing A. You're creating a new table B whose primary key is different from the primary key of table A. That's what I mean.
Satvik, but many times we have to like we have to calculate the count or the sum. Along with that, we have to also like in the end table, we also have to include transaction ID as well. There are
Remember
questions.
this thing. I'm not saying that count, sum, min, max are by default. If I say summary aggregation question, they are this. No. For example, let's say let me tell you a very simple example. Okay, let's come here. Yeah. So you were saying that, for example, let's say there are multiple cases. For example, so this transaction ID, right? That's what you said. Okay, and then there are transactions. Transactions. Okay, so let's say these two things are there. 101, 101. Let's say 102, 103, 102, 101. Yeah. So what you were saying that if the primary, if I have to print this one as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the question demand is to like print a lot many things. Like even if we have to calculate the transaction, yeah, in that case where you were telling department by salary. So
Yes.
along with that, sometimes the question is like we have to at like the output table we have to like 2 3 columns extra we have to show. So I mean, this also to me sounds like a selection only, like you're doing a selection.
I'm not saying that doing a summary makes it a it's not a selection. When you do, remember always this thing. Focus on primary key. Okay, forget everything. If your primary key is changing, it is a separate way. If primary key is not changing, it is a separate way. That's how you need to relate it. Okay. Now, whether you sum it, whether you count it, it's totally see. There are things vary question to question, right? As I mentioned. So only keep this thing: is my primary key changing? If it is changing, I will go through this route. If it is not changing, I will go through other route. Okay. Now forget about whether it is sum, count. Like people can bring examples where it is not happening. I'm not bothered about that much. I just whenever I'm solving question, I just keep this thing in mind, whether my primary key is changing or not. If primary key is not changing, they, let's say they're asking to create sum. For example, they give you that you need to calculate sum, you need to give transaction ID as well. So what is that? That is, for example, let's say this was transaction ID, right? This was transaction. You need to calculate sum, something like that, cumulative sum, for example. Let's say create cumulative sum. Here, what you're doing, let's say your transaction ID was this, transaction was, let's say 102, let's say this is $10, something. So here you are just adding a column additional, right? What does adding a column mean? Primary key is not changing. You're just adding a column, primary key remains same. That's what I mean. Here, what you're doing a sum. So I'm not saying that sum, when you do sum, it changes your primary key. It is not always the case, right? So totally depends upon the question. So always focus on the primary key. So whether I am just adding columns, removing columns, or I am totally transforming my table. Is it clear? Anyone, any doubt, please ask me.
Yeah, and can you please give me the example where my primary key is changing?
I just gave an example. This one. Just let me. In this particular question, what is the salary for each department? Tell me, is primary key changing or not?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah. So in my output, I will be getting the sum of all department, and yes, my key is also changing because that will be the aggregated value for all primary keys, right?
Yes, this will be your output table. Here your primary key is department.
Okay. Yes.
Is it clear?
Yep. Yep.
Abhishek, Vedas, we have to see. Abhishek, every table has a primary key. There is no table which does not have a primary key.
Okay. Okay. Now I got it.
Okay. Any doubt, anyone? Yeah, if original primary key is changing, then it's a second type of question. So we can like instead okay, so instead of calling this aggregation, you can, I mean, you can also call it like whether it's a, let's say, primary or non-primary key, something like that. Naming you can do accordingly. The main difference is that primary key is changing, primary key is not changing. That is important. See, I am again saying summary does not, I'm not saying that you will do summary only. If your primary key is changing, it means it is a separate type of question. Okay, if your primary key is not changing, you are just adding some columns to that. That is a separate approach. If your primary key is not changing, it is a separate kind of approach. Now whether you do sum, rank, row, minimum, maximum, that's totally depend it does not matter. Okay, is it clear? Anyone, any doubt? Shall I move ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, point is whether primary key is changing or not. Does not matter what you're doing. Okay. If you let's have a 5-minute break because we have completed 1 hour. So I don't want to push a lot. I will take doubts for next 5 minutes. You guys can take break for 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
When there is aggregation, there is no role of prime. See, Aishwarya, if you are doing an aggregation, okay, what you are doing here, we are doing an aggregation, okay. So while aggregate, when we do aggregation, my new table has a different primary key. Yeah, when you do aggregation, there's no roll up because you aggregation. See, in aggregation, what is required? One is like whatever sum count you need to do, and second thing is what on the group by on what variable are you calculating that particular aggregation, right? So here, primary key does not matter. But what happens? Your group by variables eventually become your new primary key, right? Because here we are grouping across department, salary grouping across department. So my new group by variable, this department becomes my new. Yeah, I have already said take break, guys. I've given a 5 minute break. Not don't take too long because I have a lot to cover. So take 5 minute break, have something, then we will resume. So right now it's what is the time? It's my 8:50 p.m. So let's do, yeah, let's resume at 9:25 p.m. Okay. Meanwhile, those who have doubts, please ask me. I am here only. You can ask me. I don't know. Is it clear, Aishwarya and others who had doubts? Please let me know. We have free time. We can discuss doubts. So,
No,
Hello.
sir, it is clear.
okay. Please, it's just my request to everyone. I will give as many breaks as you want. Just please make sure you complete the workshop, the whole workshop, because there's a lot. Like I have to show you how to apply these concepts as well. Then I have to do some advanced question as well. So I know it can get little bit exhausting, but you can ask me breaks, right? But just try to stay as long as possible. We'll try to wrap it up in the desired time, but it can extend. I'm telling in advance, but please stay because I really want to show you the application of all this. Okay. I have not even started window function yet. Once I start, I will explain that. So we will resume in 5 minutes, 9:25. Okay. Uh, I am currently working as an AI engineer, but I have worked as data scientist, data analyst before this. And yes, I always follow this approach. Right now, thing is that I have practiced this so much that I don't think like all this comes intuitively to me, right? But when I have to tell anyone, right? So if I just break down that how I did things, It was this only, that I break things in this way. Once you solve multiple questions in this way, you will realize that things will start coming automatically to you, and you'll be able to solve almost all the questions, at least understand, right? So yeah, while interviews I have used this approach only.
So I have a doubt
Yeah, please.
regarding the questions that you're teaching right now. Like in future, if there's a technical round on SQL section, so it depends
Yeah.
upon on what type of designation you're filing in for. If
Yes.
I'm filing it for a data analyst or for a business analyst, so there will be not that much of a difficulty question of SQL, right? Like once we have for data
No,
scientists and data engineers.
it's not like that.
Yeah.
If you're giving a data science interview, your SQL interview might be very easy. Okay. Uh, so it totally depends upon the company where you're applying role. Again, it cannot be generalized. Let me be very honest. For example, if you're applying for a SQL developer, okay, there they will expect you to know, expect you to know things like window function and all that. There they will test you performance related questions. Okay. If you're applying for data analyst roles, they will test your this thing that we are discussing, that given a scenario, how can you visualize it, how can you build it and solve it using SQL. Okay. Same goes for data science interviews as well, that in there they don't check your performance during knowledge. They only check, if given a scenario, how can you solve it using a SQL, using given SQL statements. And let me tell you why I like SQL. Although my go-to language is Python, but why I prefer SQL and why SQL is preferred for interviews. Thing is that in SQL there are very limited functions. Okay. But with these limited functions you can do unlimited type of things. Okay. That's why whenever someone is testing you in interviews in SQL, or anyone, whenever this aptitude round comes up, they give you SQL question, because there are very limited functions. It's totally up to your visualization, that okay, given this scenario, how can I break down it into, for example, when I mentioned this particular approach, that yeah, you will be given a question, you will visualize some target, how you break from there, how, like, this breaking step is very much important, and this varies person to person. Okay. So how you break these things, and how you just based on 10 formulas of SQL, can you solve this particular question. Thing with Python is different. In Python there is a library for almost everything, and you cannot remember all those things, so they are never tested, right? But in SQL interviews, the first thing that they check is, given a scenario, can you interpret is using SQL. Now comes SQL developer, okay, or a data engineer role. For example, like this, you're a SQL developer or a data engineer. There, they will not only test this knowledge, they will give you performance tuning type of questions as well, which you need to know. But when you're applying for a data analyst, data scientist, or a BI developer, product manager, these type of roles, there this SQL is very much important, because here they will give you very complex case studies, and you will need to solve them using SQL. Okay. Any doubt?
Sir, this is for SQL, but other in my earlier projects, we had a MongoDB or any NoSQL type of
Yes.
server. So over there, while we were firing queries, I could yes, the difference in queries was it was tangible, but how exactly it is on the ground, how it is affecting the product, or what is the exact difference, we couldn't able to get. Like we have worked on SQL, but while we are issuing queries, so
The
what
queries
is
for
the difference?
NoSQL, for example, Couchbase, MongoDB, right? They vary little. I'm
Yeah.
not saying very drastically, because there in NoSQL you use the concept of buckets, right? Here in SQL you use the
Mhm.
concept of tables. So here in NoSQL things go in a documentation format. So little bit different is there. The syntaxes will be different. Concept might be
Yes.
similar, but syntax will be different of a NoSQL and a SQL, for example.
Yeah, but they also they are saying, like, theoretically, whatever I've read, they are saying that performance is very much improved in no SQL,
Yeah, see,
and
that
but
we will
how
discuss,
exactly?
that will discuss when we do NoSQL, right? This is a SQL workshop, so we will
Okay.
discuss about that later. Okay, or you can text on WhatsApp. Then there we can discuss this. Okay, so let's resume now. Okay, uh, we will. Uh, so what did we understand? That okay, we have, oh, I will share my LinkedIn, whatever you know need after the session, you can text me. Okay, so SQL has two type of questions. Okay, we saw that one is customized selection, second is summary or aggregation, or a, so main thing was that a primary key here or primary key not there, right? That is something should be our focus. Okay, now let's come to window functions. So based on this knowledge, we will plus little bit information of window function, we will start solving the questions. Okay, so in window function, you know, there is a concept of row number, rank, dense rank, right? How many of you know this? Yeah, please, you can speak or you can just comment.
Yeah, like row number means like it assigns a unique number, and when it comes to the rank, it assigns a rank, but subsequent ranks won't be there. When it comes to the dense rank, subsequent ranks will be there.
Okay, okay, okay. So let me first of all explain you basic difference between rank, dense rank, row number. Then we will study window function a little bit in detail, because understanding partition by and order by little in detail. Okay, so first of all, let's understand the basic difference between rank, dense rank, and row number. Please, this question is asked many times in interview, that they will tell you what is the difference between rank, dense rank. Although it is very basic for those who know, but still a lot of people really struggle here. So see this particular, where is it gone? Okay, so we have this particular data, right? If you see, we have player ID, we have 10 players, player name Anjali, Rohan, Akash, and so on, and we have their scores. Now thing is that let's say these scores are from some exam or something. We want to create a rank. Okay, now there are three ways in which you can create rank. Okay, the first thing comes, so there are three functions. First is rank, second is dense rank, third is row number. First of all, I will speak about row number. Okay, so what row number does is, please listen very carefully, very carefully. This is very important, because when I will give you questions, it will be up to you to decide whether to use rank, dense rank, and row number. Okay, so in row number, it does not matter. So duplicates does not. For example, by default, where does the problem arrive? That, for example, let's say you're given 10 numbers, you can simply sort them and give order, give rank 1, 2, 3, something like that, right? The problem comes when there are duplicates. Otherwise, ranking is very simple, it's very intuitive. In row number, we do not care about duplicates. So what do I mean to say? That we give distinct row number to each of the row, starting from the top, without taking care of duplicates. So whichever row comes first, it gets the earlier row number. For example, here, if I'm just creating a row number, what will it do? So it will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so if you have to create a rank on this, if you want to use row number, what it will do, it will just give you the series of numbers.
It is just like indexing, right? Like
just like indexing. Row number is kind of indexing. Okay, remember, right now we are ranking them in descending order. Okay, the order, for example, if this list is reversed, then row number will also can also change or cannot change. For example, if you just want to do ascending, then number will be different. But right now I'm doing descending based on score. Okay, based on score. So is row number clear to everyone? It's an indexing which you do from the top to bottom. If you see, Rohan and Akash have same scores, but they have different row numbers. Okay, so it will not be ideal for a ranking simulation. Now comes dense rank and rank. So in rank, it will be, of course, the first person will get rank 1. 90 is less than 95, so it will get rank 2. Remember, whenever there is duplicate, either in rank or dense rank, duplicates will get the same rank. In row number, duplicates get different rank. In rank and dense rank, duplicates get the same rank. So what will be the rank here? It will be 2. Okay. So for dense rank as well, it will be 1, 2, 2. Till any doubt till this particular point? So if you compare first three rows, row number has different indexes, different for everyone. For rank and dense rank, whenever there is a duplicate, they will have the same rank. Okay. Now the main thing comes here. What about the next value? Okay, 90 till 90 it's fine. Now I'm reaching to next value 85. What will rank do? See, ideally, yeah, what it will do? It will skip the value. So ideally this should have been 4th rank, right? Okay, because if there were no duplicates, this should have been the 4th rank. So it will give you 4. So it is skipping the value 3. So if you just want to know which is my 3rd rank, you will not get to know in rank. Okay. But what will happen in dense rank? After this particular thing, the next rank will be the next one. So for example, this will be 3 here. This is the major difference between rank, dense rank, and row number. That okay, till duplicate it's fine. When you move next, rank will give the it will skip the values, but dense rank will not skip the values. That is the important part. Okay. Now can you guys tell me? Yeah, please.
So sorry. Yeah, actually, I did not get the why this is like skipped. I'm sorry. I haven't used it before actually.
Yeah. See why that's how these functions are built, because they are used in different contexts everywhere. So in rank, there is a skip of values. In dense rank, there is no skip of values. So for example, if you will want to filter that let's say you want to ask which of my these players is ranking 3rd, you cannot get it through rank because there is no 3 here. Okay, so you will have to check duplicate. So in dense rank, there is no skip of value. In rank, there is a skip of value. That this is the concept that you need to understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Say, for example, there were 3 90s.
Yes.
So we'll also skip 4 then. Is
Yeah,
it like that?
it will skip. For example, this was, let's say there was 95. Okay, 90, 90, 90, 90. Okay, so rank will give 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, and let's say this is 80. So what it will give? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It will give 6.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and what will dense rank give? 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. So it is.
I have a doubt.
Yeah, please.
So basically, if there's a question asked in future that find out the second most highest salary or anything. So even if you're using the rank or the dense rank, and there's a tie on like for the second position, so the both numbers will be included, the 90, 91.
Sorry, can I repeat?
So in future, if there's a question asked that give me the second most highest salary.
Yeah.
And if you're using both rank and dense rank, so of course both does not skip values. Both give the ties, right?
Yes.
So in that case, both of the 90 for second and third, like Rohan and Akash, will be selected for the second highest salary.
Just filter, give me the people who have rank 2. All everyone will be selected.
No, just for the second rank. Like give me the second highest salary.
So what is the second highest salary? It is 90.
90, right? But also there is a tie for the third one, like for the Akash.
There is a distinct there, right? There you will get the distinct.
Okay.
Okay. So till this, now let's see. Let's move to next. Okay. And anyone, any doubt till this particular point before I fill in the next tables? Now, what will happen after 4? Remember, rank will always coincides with row number. So what should be this one? After 4 comes 5th. Now there is a tie, so it will remain 5th. Okay. Now it will be. Now this should be 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. And what will be dense rank? It was 3 till this particular point. Now it will be 4. Now it will be 4 only. Okay. Then it will be 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Please see this table clearly. Ask me if you have any question. This is very important to understand.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for rank, let's suppose till Akash, we have a repeating value, right? And rank giving me tool, right? Let's suppose on current I have a 19 value. So what will be the number of this?
I didn't get your question. These two are 90. Yes. After that, what you
Right.
are asking?
So again, let's suppose on row number 7, I again get the value as 90.
Here, why will you get 90? You've already sorted them in descending order, right?
Okay. All
When
right.
what is the logic of rank? You first of all you sort your data, then only ranking makes sense, right?
Okay. Okay. Got it.
90
Got
cannot
it.
come here. This is descending order.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
Got it. Anyone,
Okay.
any doubt in this? So in rank, there is a skip of values. In dense rank, there is no skip of values. Remember this thing.
Yeah, the difference I got, sir, but how the rank is working, can you please explain once again? Sorry, this is new for me actually.
How rank is working as in?
Like, like the way it work, like how is it skipped that I am not getting? So the logic I'm not getting.
See, that's how it is created. The rank is
Yeah.
created to skip the values.
Okay.
You need to know what rank does, what dense rank does, how rank is created. They would have created a formula behind, but what is the output of that formula? Output of that formula is that in rank you are skipping the values. You don't need to
Okay.
know the formula working behind the. Eventually, formula will be this only, that whenever there is a new, skip the rank, right? So it will compare with the row number, right? If there is no distinct, then it will move to next value. That's what it will be doing. But you need to know
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, this part, now I got it, this part. So can you repeat this just once again? How did, just compared to the row number, then I think that will be clear to me.
What is happening? Let's compare rank and row number for the time being. Okay. If you see, if there were no duplicates, row number and rank will be same, right? So what's happening
Yeah.
whenever there's duplicate happening? Okay, there is a change. Row number will give the next value, rank will give the same value to same things, right? But what about the next value? The next value will remain same for no row number. So rank will compare with row number and it will give this the value. That is what is
Correct.
happening, right?
Correct. Okay. Okay. Got it, sir.
Okay. When we will use rank and dense rank, I have questions there, so we will see once we get to that. Okay. Right now, just
Sir,
understand.
one question is there.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Sir, we understand the concept of rank and dense rank as what you have mentioned, but uh, it's the basic. If we see the basic difference in this, what if you can elaborate in a business problem statement, like in industries where some consulting or any business related problems where we use SQL in particular, where this function can actually be very helpful.
Okay. So see, for that we need to solve the question, but let me tell you. For example, someone asks you, tell me the third highest salary. Okay, from this database. From the given candidates, tell me the uh, third highest salary. What will you do? Rank or dense rank? Tell me. Or row number.
Sir, that if we see that third highest in terms, if there are multiple numbers which are actually same, then we need dense rank.
Exactly. When we say there are two things. Someone asks you, tell me the third highest salary, or tell me the person with the third highest salary. Okay. Now I talk about what is the third highest salary. The first highest salary is 95. The second is 90 only, does not matter how many are there, and third is 85. Okay, so tell me, if someone asks you, tell me fourth highest salary, which one will you use, rank, dense rank, or row number?
Sir, fourth highest salary, it would
Rank.
be dense.
If I
No,
ask
it
you,
will be
tell me
rank.
the which is the, let's say, fifth highest salary, which formula will you use and why? I need with reasons.
Sir, dense rank, because
Dense
it
rank.
will show us the fifth highest number, means that fifth highest salary.
So tell me, which is this the fifth highest salary? Okay, someone said row number as well. Okay, so 1, 2, okay, tell me, is this the fifth highest salary?
No, sir.
Why? This is coming to be the in the top 5.
Yes, sir, but numbers are repeated. 90 is repeated.
Like
So
when duplicates are
Yeah,
there, it's not
so
skipping
it
the.
is not the fifth highest score, right? Or salary. What is the fifth highest score?
75.
75.
Right? It is
yes, sir.
75. Okay.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you asked to find a fifth highest salary, right?
Sorry.
You have to find a fifth highest salary, right?
Yes.
We can use you can use a row number also by using distinct.
How will you use row number using distinct? So in that way, what you're doing, you're removing the data, right?
Yeah, I say removing.
You cannot do that. I mean, you can do, but right now we're not doing that. I'm just simply asking in this format, which one will you use? Now, let's say if I ask you a question, tell me people with tell me top
Top five
five,
scores. Yeah.
top five people with highest scores. Now, what will you tell? What will you do? Tell me. Someone was asking business logic, right? This is the business logic. Tell me top 5 people with highest scores. What will you do now?
So we'll use rank.
Rank, dense rank, or row number?
Sir, row number.
Rank.
No,
Row
we will
number.
top 5.
We can use row number.
We can use rank.
Sir,
Dense
row
rank.
number.
We can use rank.
Some are saying rank, some are saying dense rank, some are saying row number. Okay, let's discuss about let's discuss it logically. First of all, let's come to rank. I say, tell me top 5 people. Let's forget about rank, everything. Who are the first top 5 people with highest scores? These ones? Does duplicate matter here to me? I'm just asking, tell me top 5 people with highest score. Let's say, right? So, for example, you asked, tell me top 10 people who topped the ITJ exam, right? So am I asking you, give me 10 distinct ranks, or am I asking, tell me first 10 people who came in the list?
First 10 people.
First
First
10.
First 10 people, right? So what is meant by there? Now, will rank give me that?
No, sir, because according to the table, Vijay is also included in the fifth rank. So I guess row number would be the applicable.
Yes. According to this, Vijay is also included in the fifth rank, right? And what if there were multiple duplicates? What if this was 4, right? What if this was 4? You would have applied rank equal to 5. Would it give you top 5? No, right? Any doubt, anyone? Please ask me about. Let's discuss about rank only till now. So, is rank giving me top 5 people with highest score with surety in case of duplicates?
Yes,
No.
sir.
Someone said yes. How? If you put rank equal to 5, if you put rank equal to 5, okay, what data you are going to get? This particular data. Sorry, you're going to get this particular data, right? But who are the top 5 people? Guys, tell me.
Sir, Anjali to Nish.
Up to
Anjali
Nisha.
to Nisha are the top
Nisha.
5 people. But if I'm using rank, it is giving me Vijay as well. Correct? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So is rank here? So if someone asks me, tell me top 5 people with highest score, is rank the correct method?
No.
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 Anyone who disagrees with me or who does not understand this part, tell me. Okay. Will dense rank give me the answer?
No.
No.
In dense rank, it will even worse. Why? Because the 5 is coming even late. So dense rank
Yes.
will give me all this. So what will I use?
Row number.
I will use row number there. Okay. So the most application, as people are saying, yes, in most scenarios, dense rank is the best way or row number. Rank we rarely use. I mean, we use. It's not like that we don't use, but in most scenarios, dense rank is preferred or row number depending upon the question. So someone was asking me a business logic. This is what is the fifth highest salary. If someone asks you the fifth highest salary, you will choose dense rank, or right. And if someone tell me top 5 people with highest scores, you will choose row number. Is it clear?
Yes.
Anyone, any doubt before I move ahead? Now I'm moving ahead. Tell me if you have any doubt.
Sir, like what will be the practical question for using rank then?
That I will do. I will explain. I have questions with me in the class. Okay.
Sir, can you show the syntax query for
I
this?
will show. Don't worry. I'm showing that. Anyone, any doubt till this particular point? Okay. Let's move ahead then. Okay. So, okay. So we discussed about row number assigns a unique number to each row, rank and dense rank. This is clear. Then comes lead and lag. Okay, I will discuss about lead and lag little in some time. Okay, and sum average. These most of you know, right? What is sum, min, max? These you know. Okay, so lead lag. Okay, let me explain you right now only, so that I focus more on syntax. What does lead give or lag give?
Lead give next record and lag give previous record.
Yes. So just checking. Let's say I pick this particular data for this particular person. Let's say I have taken this. Okay. Now, what is the column? Transaction ID, salesperson, region, transaction date, sales amount. Okay. So let us say this is my data. Now for each row, I want what is the value in the previous row. Okay. So let's say, for example, for row this, I want what is the transaction made by Priya on 2nd of January 2023. Okay. So this will be given by lag. Okay. So lag gives the previous value. Now, one thing, you can get previous one, previous two. For example, let us say you are here. Okay. And you don't want you want alternate previous one. Let's say you want this. So how do we use? We use, for example, lead. Just let me increase the size. Lead or lag, or whatever you use. Okay, let's say I use lag. You use the column name. For example, here what is the column name? Sales amount. Let's say sales amount. Okay. Okay, sorry. Let me zoom in. Is it clear now?
Yes, it is clear now.
I'll explain the syntax. Don't worry. I'm just explaining it right now. Just basic one. So, for example, let us say. So for this scenario, now let's go step by step. This one, is there any previous value for this row, for this transaction ID?
No.
No.
So it will be null. By default, it is null. Okay. You can change it, but by default, it is null. So if there's no previous value present, it will be marked as null. This is lag. Lag means, so for this, now tell me what is the lag for this particular row? 46.
800.
No.
500.
Lag means
500.
previous value. So what is the previous value of for 2? It is 1. That is, you're going top. So it will give you 500. Okay. Now tell me what is the lag for row number for this transaction 3?
700.
700. Okay. And lag for 4 will be
800.
800. Correct. Now tell me lead as well. Lead gives you the similarly next value. So
700.
700.
700,
700.
800.
800.
800,
300.
300, and
Null. Null.
okay. This is your lag and lead basically. So last will come as null. Now another concept. It is not necessary that you always get the next value. This is very important. You can change it. So for example, let's say let's say compare from this. I want something alternate to this. For example, for row 3, I want the value at row 1. For row 2, I want value at previous. Let's say I want with an offset of 2. Okay, that is called with an lag with a you can say offset of 2. Okay, this is called offset. Offset of 2. So now tell me, lag with offset of 2, what will be the for transaction 1?
None.
Because you will check the previous value. Is there any previous value for this? Null. Okay. Now tell me for second row.
Null.
Null as well.
Null.
Null or
Null.
700? Tell me. 500.
Null.
Null.
It will be null only because I am checking
Offset
what
of
is the
2.
value at one row previous to previous, right? So this is the previous. What is the value at one row previous to this? Now tell me for this. Value is 800. So 500.
500.
And what is the value of here?
700.
700.
700.
Similarly, you can do lead also with offset of 2. So what is the syntax for lead and lag is that, let me show you.
Hey, could you please tell me again that lag offset?
By offset, I mean, suppose you are at this particular, okay?
Okay.
By default, lag gives the previous value, okay? But you can change it. Now you want, like, not this one, okay? So this is called offset of 2.
Okay.
So if you want this one, what will you do? You will use a lag with offset of 2. It will give you one row prior to the previous row.
Okay.
Okay. Now, two things. First of all, we'll discuss the practical implementation of this and then how to use. So for example, when you use lead, let's say use lag. The syntax is that lag. Just give me a second.
One question before we go to the query. So here, lag of offset means you are going 2 days previous, 2 days back.
So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. So offset means 2 rows prior to this.
Okay.
We can say lag column is by default 1, offset
By
1,
default,
right?
there's an offset of 1. By default, there is
Yeah.
offset of 1. And if you use offset of 2, it means you're going one step below that. Or one step.
Exactly.
If you use lead, means going down. Okay. So the syntax simply is you use lag. Then you want to use, on which column are we using lag right now? Sales amount, right? So you will use the column name. Okay. Whatever column name you're using. Then comes the offset value. This is optional. Offset value is optional. So by default, it is 1. Okay. But you can change it. You can just make it 2, 3, 4, whatever you want to. Okay. So 2, or let's say 1, whatever is offset, assume let's say 2s. Now next comes, if value is not present, what will you give? By default, it gives null, but you can change it. Suppose you want to give a value of 10, or you want to give a value of 0, or you want to give a value of NA. So you can change it from here. Okay. So these two variables are optional. This offset and default value. Okay, these two variables are optional. This is something you need to provide. If you don't provide these two, it will just give you the previous value or the next value. Like in case of lead, it will give you the next value. In case of lag, it will give you the previous value. Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
Okay. Shall I move ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. See, these are the basic functions. Now we will understand the concept of windows and partitions as well. But okay. So we were here, right? So we discussed lead lag. I think sum average everyone knows, right? So I'm not going onto that. So basically, these are the major window functions. There are a few others as well, like entile is there. I will discuss them as well. But these are the major ones that are used. So row number, rank, dense rank, lead, and lag. Now someone asked me, what is the concept use of lead and lag? Let's say I ask you, tell me what is the percentage change in salary as compared to previous month. So let's say your data had month 1, or for example, let's say you had January and you had February. Okay, there is a salary 1, let's say 10,000, and there is salary 2, let's say 15,000. Someone asked me what is the percentage change in salary in February. So what will you do? You will use lag to get the value of 10,000 here in the same row, and then you will take the difference and get the calculation. We'll solve those questions, right? Okay. Yeah, someone was asking anything.
Yeah, so basically we will be minusing the salary minus the lag salary, right?
Yes,
Like the,
yes.
Divided by the previous month's salary.
Yes. So this will be your current month. This will be your previous month. Now, if you know current month and previous month in same row, you can calculate, right? How can we know if any new? You don't need to worry about any new window function in market. See, the best thing about, as I mentioned about SQL, is with least functions you can do max things, right? So don't bother about. Don't run after functions, learning new functions. These basic functions are more than enough. You can solve everything through this. Okay, so you don't need to even bother about if new functions are coming. Now, first of all, let's understand the syntax, and then we will study the concept of windows. So this is the syntax of a whole window function. There are 3 parts over it. Okay, the first is the function that you are using. Second, this, okay, so which functions are there? These functions that we discussed. It could be row number, it could be rank, it could be dense rank, or it could be lead lag, whatever, sum, average, minimum, max, anything, it could be there. So depending upon whatever is there, these functions are present there. Okay, this is the first part. After comes the over keyword. This is the mandatory part of window function. Right? If someone asks me what is the logic, I don't know the logic, right? It is just syntax. So we need to just know it. So this function you can play around. The third part you can play around, but this is something you cannot play with. You just have to use it. So for example, you will use rank over. Okay, so over part will be fixed. Now come the third part. Okay, the third part is where the whole your understanding of window, understanding the question will comes in, because these two everyone will be able to do, but these two is something, this is something which you really need to master. So the syntax by default is, there is a concept of partition by, okay, and partition by variable, whatever variable is there, and then order by. Okay, so what is the partition? Partition means splitting the data across the categorical variable v1. This is called creating the window. If you remember that particular scenario, the circle triangle example that we did, okay, so we had circle, we had square, we had triangle, right? So we split it across shape. Partition means group by. Okay, so partition by default, it means group by. Whatever group by you use anywhere, right? So across which group you are creating your particular value. And order by, if you are sorting your data, across what variable are you sorting? Okay, so now there can be multiple. You can partition group by across multiple. v1, v2, v3, v4, so on. And you can order by as well for multiple variables. That we will see. But the syntax remains the same, that partition by v1, order by v2. So the whole syntax of a window function is rank, for example, rank over partition by a variable, order by a variable. Okay. And by order, there can be ascending or descending. That's totally up to you. Okay. So this is the syntax. We will understand more once we see the question. Okay. Any doubt, anyone? I think most of you already know this, but still, any doubt, let me know.
Sir, if we understand this thing, that we are using aggregate function, right? All those functions over a particular partition or a group which we created upon the table. So we have actually segmented the data, right, sir?
I didn't get your question.
Not, I would not say it like a question. It's just I'm saying that we in this if we understand the window function, we have
Yes.
actually segmented the data. The
Yes.
data
See,
has been
I'll tell
segmented,
you,
right?
if you understand window function, you already segmented, created group by. You don't need to summarize after this. Okay. And once you like whatever summary questions you get, right? Generally, what we do, we use sum, group by, then order by. You can skip all that. Simply follow window functions. Okay, that all is incorporated inside window function. Is it fine? Like we will see with example.
Yes.
Now we're starting
Yes,
with
sir.
examples. We are done with the theory part. Okay, although it took little bit more time, but we're done with the theory. I'll move with the examples now. Okay, so we'll increase this concept with the examples. Okay, so for example, so let me tell you, I'll come to this. You really need to understand this part first of all. But let us say we are given a simple question that calculate the total salary for each department. Okay. Right now you don't need to solve. I am solving this for you, but discuss with me. Okay. So remember what was the first step? What is the first step of solving a SQL question?
Just imagine the output.
So yes,
Visualize. Yes.
first step is visualize the output. So what is the output here?
Department and total salary.
And then salary, something like this will come. Okay. Now tell me, is this question a customized selection or aggregation?
Aggregation.
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 So we are changing our primary key.
Yeah.
Is it fine?
Yes.
Okay. So this is my main table. Now before so we understand, okay, this is my step. Now for both, like if you are using customized selection, you need to follow this template. If you are using a summary question, you should follow this template to answer properly. Okay, so first let's see about, because this is a summary question, let's follow this. So what do I mean to say? That before creating like before writing the code, you need to have answers of all these 6 questions. See, depending upon question to question, for few of the questions answer might be available, might not be available, but you need to know what all information do you know. Okay, so there comes a structured approach. If you don't follow this approach, you will solely rely on your intuition. Okay, but if you know, very simple, if you know formula, right, you can apply it for any scenario. So this is a formula. Okay, that every time force yourself to think that before writing the code, right? So far we have not created the architecture completely. We just know that, okay, this is my expected output and I need to do an aggregation. But now my whole architecture comes in, that how do I do an aggregation? Okay, so these 6 questions, these are very, like, those who know it's very good, but force yourself that you should have the answer to all of this. Now let's start. The first is, what all summaries do I need? By summary, it could be sum, average, min, max, anything. Okay. The question is, what all summaries do I need to calculate? Tell me. This is the question. Total salary for each department.
Sum
Sum across what?
across the departments.
No.
Across
Sum
the
for what? Sum of what?
salary.
Sum of salary.
So what is the answer to
Salary.
this? Sum of
Sum salary.
salary. Okay. Now let's talk about the second question. Across what variables? We need to
Department.
play across what variables? Read the department, right? So this is your department. Now question, do I need to consider a whole window or subset? So what do I mean to say? That for each department, there will be multiple. So for example, if we see here, let's talk about HR department. Okay. So HR is this, this is HR, this is HR, and this is HR. So HR1, HR2, HR3, and let's say there is salary of, let's say this is 50,000, 50K, then there is 55K, and then there is 51K. Okay. This is the window of HR department, correct? Agreed or not?
Yes.
Similarly, there will be window of other departments. So tell me, to answer this particular question, do I need the whole window or I need a limited information?
Limited.
No. What is the question? Total salary for each department.
We need like the whole information because we have calculated total salary for each department. So basically,
Just like HR, there will be windows of other departments as well, right?
departments,
There will be window of IT as well. Okay, let's say there is 5,000, there is 20,000, for example. Now, for each window, let's talk about each window. What do I need to calculate? Total salary. So in total salary, do I need to calculate only for few rows or whole window?
Whole window.
Whole window.
Whole window. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Anyway, so what do I mean to say? That we don't need employee name and all that right now. We only want total salary across department. So we basically want to sum all the salaries which are present inside a department. Okay. So the question says we need to do the whole window. Okay. Is there any filters, be it where or having? Is there any filter in the question?
No.
No.
No, here, no.
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 Your voice is not audible.
Your voice is not audible. Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes, right
Yeah.
now.
Now we are audible.
Okay. See, I am explaining this to a basic question, but this concept applies to everywhere. Okay, we will see that. Now, with this information and that, what do I know from the table architecture? I know that I need to create a department variable, correct? And I need to create a total salary, which is the sum. Okay. So I'll try to write down code. So what will I write down? I need to do select. Okay. Now, how many variables do I need? I need a department and I need a total, correct? Okay. This information I got from here, that the variables, number of variables I'll get from first two information, that this will give me department, that this will give me all the categorical variables, and this will give me all the numerical aggregation that I need to do. So how many aggregation variables are there?
One.
sum of salary, correct? There is only one aggregation variable, comma. Is there any other aggregation variable present?
No.
Okay. Now we need to create across department. So we need department as well because it is given in the table that we need. Select sum of department. This something we will do. Okay. So sum of this thing. Okay. Right now I am telling you without window functions, then we will read with window function as well. You can use both methods. So select sum of salary and department. Okay. Now once you have taken this, what comes next? Group by, right? You need to know the order of what all things are there. There is select, there is where, there is group by, there is order by, and there is limit. Okay, these all 5 things are there. Select we got, where is not required as per the question. Group by, do I need a group by? Yes. What is group by? Department. Correct. Is there any order by required? No. Limit?
No.
Not. This will be my final summary. This will be my final code for this particular question. Okay. See, initially it will look like, okay, do I need to remember these so many things? But let me tell you, with sufficient practice, this will come intuitively to you. Okay. And why I'm telling you, because if you follow this approach, you will not be lost somewhere that, oh, what should I do? What should I not do? Try to force yourself for next 2-3 months by solving this method only. Then you will see the magic. Okay. I have used it for years, so that's why it is intuitive to me. But again, initially when you learn anything new, it comes a little bit challenging, but try to force yourself to, no, I have to solve using this structured way only of solving questions, not any intuition, not any other method. Okay. So this is now this we solved using without window function. Now let's solve it with the window function as well. We will see it in the example. Okay.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Although it is not relevant to this particular question, but I would really like to know when to use where and when to use having. If you can cover it in
I'll explain that. I'll explain that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Now come to this the solution of this using the window function. So remember, there are some questions that you need to answer before writing the code. Okay. Just don't explicitly, just write down somewhere or keep in mind before writing the code. Okay. So what I need to sum? Salary. What across what categorical variables? Department. Is there any order by required? No. Okay. Now remember, my categorical variable is my window. The window function says this is my window. So my whole data will be split across 3 windows. This is my first window, this is my second window, third window. First window is of HR, second window is of IT, third window is of sales. Right? This one's clear. And how did I infer this? By reading this. I knew that I need to create sum across this. Okay, the window should come across department. So first of all, I will create the window across department. Okay, then I will see whether order by is required or not. That is separate. But you will first create a window like this. Now this comes by reading the question and analyzing. If you can answer these two, then you will be able to create the windows. Okay, once you are able to create the windows, you will be able to get answer to all other questions as well. Okay, so what will be this formula for this? Select, remember we needed department. Okay, now sum of salary. Okay, we needed sum of salary. Okay, next comes, remember this was the first part of the window function. As I told, over this comes by default. Now comes partition by and order by. What is partition by? Partition by is the categorical variable that I created here. Okay, so it will be department. So partition by department. Once I have partition by department, now tell me, is order by required here in this particular question? Because what I need to do, I need to sum all the values in a window. It is, so order by is not mandatory here. Although I have used it because when I'm learning something new, right, I want to keep everything there just to see. Here order by is not mandatory. You can skip it. right? So because we just solved this question without window function as well. This part we created the query without using window, right? So it means order by is not mandatory, but force yourself to write it so that you understand it completely. Okay, order by is not required, so it does not matter if I use ascending or descending, it will not make any difference. Okay, you can skip this as well, it's totally up to you. Now this is my new salary from the table. I got the answer. Okay, is this part clear to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir. But what will be the better approach? Like we have to go with group by or
No,
with
go
Windows
by window
function?
function. Window function is the universal approach.
Okay.
Okay, what will happen if you use group by? What if someone tells you, let's say, identify the highest salary, tell me the top two salary, there you will get stuck. So your window function is a universal solution to these questions. So every summary question you can solve using window function. Okay, but not every window function you can solve using summary, direct summary. Okay, so what is a better approach? Window function. You have to force yourself to this question we already did it. Total salary for each department. Okay, so this part is clear. Anyone, any doubt? We'll discuss the next question now. After so there are two or three more questions which I will explain theoretically. Then I will give you like question to solve. Yeah.
So one question: are there any performance impact using the window function?
No, there's no any significant. There's nothing like that. You create additional variables, there is, but you don't need to worry about that. There is performance. Like for example, if you're creating something additional here, which is not required,
right?
So it is taking extra space, right? So performance-wise, it might not be optimized. Depend. Okay, but it's fine for now. Like if you're just understanding SQL to solve a particular question, it's fine. Okay, but when we come to performance tuning, we will use the concept of indexes, right, to improve the performance.
Yeah. Thank you.
In previous group by, we write first sum of salary. Rishabh, it does not matter. You can write sum of salary first as well, department next as well. This order does not matter. You can write department first and you can write sum second, or you can write sum first or department second. It's totally up to you. Okay, while explain difference of window and group, I didn't get a question to differentiate difference of window and group. Window and group by means same only. They don't have any difference. Okay, so now let's see this particular question. Okay.
Satik, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Satik, I just wanted to quickly confirm on the interview question. They were asking the difference between the group by and partition by. Group by, usually it will try to, collapse all the records and then display a unique name. In case of partition, it will not collapse, right?
Yeah, but I didn't get your question completely. Can you repeat?
No, what is the main difference between the group by and partition by?
The main difference between group by, they are almost same. I don't think there is any technical difference. Like you
Can't
can.
we say this? Group by will always try to collapse and display the unique name. But in
Why?
case of
Partition by will all see when you write group by, you explicitly need to, for example, let's say I'm doing select department salary, sum of salary. Then you explicitly need to mention it group by here. Okay.
Yeah, because whatever the
Partition by, you don't need to write such things, right? It is just you write simply once. That's it.
but it will not collapse, right? Partition will not collapse any of the records.
No, it is not collapsing any of the record. There's nothing like that.
Okay.
Just the way of syntaxing is different. That's it.
But group by will collapse, right? The repeated items will records. It will collapse and display the unique number, right?
No, group by will all. No, same. Like partition by will also collapse in that case. Let's say you have multiple.
No. If you see here, right, in the department, HR department, it is not collapsing. It is showing each and every record in the department. It can be HR, IT, or sales. if in the case of group by, the HR will, collapse and display one HR, right?
That is the way you're showing the data, but backend both are working similarly only. What has
Okay.
window done? Window has also done created a window across this. Now you just need to just return what is the unique value of department HR. So window will also do the same.
Okay.
I mean, the way output comes, it is different in group by, I understand, but in
Yeah.
the backend, both are working similarly. Group by also creates windows like this and then gives the unique value in this in that window.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so now let's discuss this particular problem. Identify the highest salary across each department. Okay. So first of all, tell me, is this so is this for example, if I have to ask you, is this a every like aggregation question or this is a expansion question?
Aggregation question.
How?
Like it's asking only for department and highest salary. So it's collapsing the rows. The primary key is also changed. So it would be aggregation.
But what are you aggregating here?
Like we are aggregating maximum salary. We are taking
Yeah,
maximum.
exactly. Max salary.
Max salary.
Okay. Yeah. Correct. So what is happening? You are this is a you can say aggregation question where you are because now primary key is not employee ID. Now primary key is a department, right? And for each department you are getting the highest salary. Okay. This much is clear. Okay. Now because this is an aggregation question, the remember the first question that you need to ask for let's say, so what aggregation is required? Let's say what aggregation is required. You need the highest salary.
Maximum.
You can say maximum or you can say
We can use the group by.
Sorry?
Group by and order by can be used.
It can be used, but I'm not going to use that. We have to force ourselves to think of window function. Okay. I either use
Okay.
max or I use rank equal to 1. Both will be same. Rank, dense rank, like we will see whatever is right. Correct? So we are going to use rank equal to 1 or max.
Yeah.
Now tell me this thing. What is the partition here or categorical variables?
Partition by department.
Partition by department.
Partition by department, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what it will become, if you see, I need to create rank. You can create maximum as well. It's totally up to you. I need to create rank based on salary. Categorical variable is department. That is my window. And question asks, identify the highest salary. So is order by required or not?
Yes, of course, order by is required within each department.
Yes. So what I'm doing, I'm splitting this data, visualizing this table like this. Window 1, window 2, window 3. Okay. First window is of HR. Second window is of IT. Third window is of sales. Okay. In each window, I have salary and I've created, and now I have to create rank like this.
Yeah.
Correct?
We have to use order by salary descending. Then we will
Right.
get.
So we need to use salary descending only. Okay. So now let's try to write down a window function without going into the next slide. So what I will do, I'll do select. Okay. You guys tell me. First of all, I need department, right? Because that is my categorical variable.
Department.
Yeah.
Then I will do sum of salary. Correct? Wait a second.
No, the maximum of salary, right?
I have to get rank. Sorry, not sum. I'm using rank.
Rank or max?
Rank. Right now I'm using rank. You can use max as well. Okay.
Okay.
Let's say use rank. Okay. You can provide the variable or you cannot. It's up to you. Over. Now tell me, what will come in partition by?
Department.
Department.
Right. What will come in order by?
Salary descending.
Salary descending.
Descending.
Right? See, right now there's no duplicate, so I'm just using rank. Depending upon the question, you can use rank or dense rank. That's up to you. Okay. So you create this particular variable, and then you filter where rank equal to 1. Correct. So this is what you will do. This will be your query, rank over this as rank, and then you will filter rank equal to 1. Okay. So how? Sorry. Okay. So how did I came to this? Remember this particular structure. Always remember to ask yourself these questions before writing the query. What all variables I need to use? What all category? What all windows are there? For what subset are there? What are filters are there? Is there any sorting required? Is there limit? So these are 6 questions standard. You should know it. Okay. So this was the second question. Now let's.
Sir, after from we have to apply where.
Now remember, you cannot
where
apply,
rank is equal to 1.
now you cannot apply where rank equal to 1 here. Okay. Because
Then?
window does not allow that. If you have created a variable using window here, you need to use a further subquery where select star from this where rank equal to 1. Okay. You cannot use rank in and windows in same query. Okay. It will give you error.
Because it will give rank only.
Any doubt, anyone?
Yes, sir. I have a doubt. If in place of rank we use max, then we don't have to use order by, right?
Then order by is not required. Yes. Yes.
Yes, and again, another thing, as I have not used rank function before, that's why I'm asking this. As you mentioned previously, that when we use rank, it is compulsory that the table should be in any order, even ascending or descending. So doesn't the rank function do it automatically, or we have to do it manually?
Rank by default does it ascend. It doesn't ascending, increasing to decrease, sorry, lesser to higher. Okay. Now if you need to calculate highest salary, you need to change it to descending.
Okay, but okay, yeah, I understood. Yes, right.
Okay. What is the confusion?
No, that was the only question I wanted.
Someone asked in chat that what is the confusion for separate query for rank?
There you mentioned one part that where rank equals to 1 or something, you were explaining that part. I got confused with.
I just said that you use this particular query. Now you need to filter rank equal to 1, right? So how will you filter? You cannot just write down inside this. You need to create a separate query for filtering. You cannot just write down rank this and inside you write where rank equal to 1. So you have to create another query inside this. For example, you do select a comma rank, something like that. This. Okay. So you cannot pass where rank equal to 1 here. You need to this select star from this where rank equal to 1. It means this. Because you are creating rank in this query, so you cannot filter in that query itself. That's what I meant. Is it clear?
So in a
Yes,
summary,
sir.
while we are using any window function, we cannot use either where clause nor having clause. Am I right?
Yes, exactly. So what I mean to say is, just let me give an example through query, writing a query as well. So let's say you are writing down a query here. So let's say this is the table. Okay. So let's say I do select player underscore name. Okay. Then what I do, let's say rank over partition by, okay, so partition by select player name comma partition by, let's say player ID, and let's say there's points in there, points. Okay. So let's say you do this something like points, partition order by points, descending, okay, as R and K. Okay, from, let's say my table name is, what is, players. Okay, so now I have got, I think there's some issue with this, but okay, we'll see that as R and K. Now you cannot apply filter here itself. Like you cannot do where R and K equal to 1. It will give you an error. Okay, so what you need to do, you need to do select star from this as B where rank equal to 1. This is what I mean. So you need to subquery it inside something. We will see that as we do the questions. We can use CT as well. Yeah, that's also fine. Okay, so we are done.
I have a doubt, Satvik. So, as rank is optional now, we what we have written in this statement, like giving the alias as rank.
Where?
Uh, after the brackets of partition by department order by, we have written as rank from table. So,
This is
as rank is
this is variable name. So this is this variable of this rank. What is the name of this variable that you're creating?
yeah, okay.
You can name it anything. You can rank, or you can name it anything. RNK or ABC. You can name it anything.
Okay.
Okay. So now tell me this about this. Assign a unique row number to each player based on their runs in the descending order. Okay. So how will you do it?
Using row number function.
Right, because we need to give a unique row number. So what we need to ask, what you need to do across what variable, is there any order by required, and then you will be able to create the values. Now let's do this lead and lag, and then we have practice questions. Okay, so the question says retrieve. So this is a 12-month data of Harry Potter movie. So this is January 1st, February 1st, March 1st of 12 months. Okay, and 13 months, sorry. Retrieve the monthly revenue of the movie Harry Potter for the past 12 months, which is given. For each month, provide the revenue of the next month and the revenue of the previous month. Okay, order the results by month in ascending order. Okay, so first of all, let's tell me what will we do. So tell me, is this a aggregation question, or this is a customized filtering?
Customized
filtering.
Why? Because we are adding a column here, right?
Yeah.
Provide the revenue of the next month and the revenue of the pre. So I need to add two variables here, one variable and two variable. Is it clear?
Yes.
First part. So for customized filtering, if I go here, it is, the steps are almost same, only you first need to ask yourself which all variables do I need. Okay, do I need to create a new variable? If you need to create a new variable, then you will go this way, otherwise you will go this way. If you need to create a new variable, for example, in this case, I need to create two variables, right? I'll go this way. So first I'll calculate them. After that, I'll follow the same set of questions that I asked here. Okay, that what all filters are required, what I need to calculate, everything will be same. So first of all, I asked, I checked myself that, okay, this is a customized filtering. That's what we decided. Second, what all variables do I need to add? I need to add revenue of next month, correct? Next month, revenue of previous month. These two variables I need to calculate, to add. So how now step 3 is calculate them using, and how to calculate, we will use lead and lag, for example. Here you can use some other method as well, but lead and lag are best suited. Okay, so how to calculate them? See, what will you do? Provide value for this. Now the question comes, across what variable you need. Okay, so movie name, and you need partition by across movie name as well as month, because for each month you need to calculate. Okay, But that is optional. I mean, you can simply take movie name as well, and you can just keep on calculating for the next part. Is there any order by required? Let's check,
Yeah,
because it is given in the question, right?
it's just by month.
These are a few questions you need to ask yourself. Okay, you will do this, and then simply this is the formula: lead revenue over order. So order by month. Then you can use partition by. I although skipped it because it is not mandatory here, but you can do partition by movie name. Okay. Why movie name? Why not month? Tell me.
Because the all the movie names are same, right? So it may get same data.
Because it's the same movie and we just want the historical data like.
Yeah, because month here is just like rows. We need to calculate what is the next. So like the lead will apply to this window, right? If we use partition by as month only, there is only one row for month. Let's say Jan. There will be nothing for next month, nothing for the previous month, right? So we need to use the this window, correct? So that when I'm using this, I get the previous value or I get the next value. Okay, so there I will use this. Ask yourself, is there any filter by order by required, and you will get the answer. Okay.
Tell me again, like it made confusion.
Yeah, please.
Like you said like movie name, right? Why would we take month like instead of having
I'm
movie name?
saying we will not take month. That's what I said.
Why, like, can I know?
If you take month, what will lead and lag apply to window? Okay. In a window, what is the next value? What is the previous value? Correct.
Yeah.
Question is asking me, tell me the revenue of the previous month. If your if your one window is 1 month, for example, you create 10 windows like January, February, March. Okay. If January is your one window, inside one window, if you ask for the next value, it will give you always null.
Okay.
So remember, lead and lag work inside a window only. Okay. The window
Okay.
that you define. Now, if you define this as January, how many rows are there of January?
Only
There's
one.
only one. There's only
Okay.
one row of January. So what is the next value? Null. Previous value, null. So it will always. So there's no sense of using month as window here. So we will use movie name, because in movie month we have multiple rows and I can get the next value.
Okay.
Is it clear? Any doubt?
Yeah, it's clear.
So guys, we can take a 5-10 minute break. Now point
Sir, I
is that
have a question.
just give me 2 minutes. We can take a 5-10 minute break if you want. Now I want to ask these were just the concepts. After this I have a lot of questions as well, and so do you guys want me to continue, or you guys are saying that okay, this is like I'm tired? You tell me.
We can continue.
Let's take a 10-minute break, because these were just the concepts. Now I have a lot of questions. For example, I have brought so this then I have to explain this concept of rows between unbounded preceding as well, right? And then there are 3 challenging questions. So I really want you guys to do it. So yeah, please. So let's do one thing. Let's take a 10-minute break and then come back. Or
yeah, can continue.
Yeah, we can continue till 12. I have no problem if you guys are ready. So I will need around hour and a half more to solve the questions. So let's take. So take a 10-minute break. Okay.
Sir,
It's
yes,
10
just
right now. Sorry. What's it? Just a second. In India, it's 10:40, right? So
10:40.
10:41, right? Let's resume at 10:55 India time. Okay. In 15 minutes. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm taking doubts. Okay. Yeah. For me, it's not a break. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you a question regarding the movie name. Yeah, the previous question. Yeah. So yeah, the solution is given very clearly that you have to use lead and lag. That I understood. Because we are leading over the revenue and ordering it by month. But what if there were many movie names, categorized in different parts like Harry Potter and ABC and X, Y, Z. So we could have partitioned it by the movie name, right?
Many movie name I didn't get. Let's say
Which
there are
means,
three movie
which
names.
means we only have one category, that is Harry Potter.
Yeah. If there were, that's right. If there were three movies, let's say Harry Potter, say any movie, let's say Avengers, let's say something else. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll create partition by movie name, just like we are doing here. Here, because there is only one movie name, so partition by, even if you don't write, it's fine. But if there are multiple movie names, you have to write partition by movie name.
Yeah, and after the query is over, like from movie revenue, it's not necessary to mention the where condition, right? We don't have to filter where movie name is equal to Harry Potter because we know that we only have one movie name, so that's not necessary.
In this scenario, it's not necessary, right?
Yeah.
This is redundant, but for a general case, you will need to filter.
Okay.
For this scenario, where movie name equal to Harry Potter is redundant. Okay, guys, please. If someone has any question, you can ask me. We have like 12 minutes before we start. See, guys, those who want to drop can drop. They can watch the session. I'm continuing till I complete the questions. Okay. So those who want to stay with me, they can stay. Those who want to drop, they can drop. I don't want to force anyone to stay for like this. Like we are already about 3 hours.
So we will have the recorded lecture, right? Like
yeah, it will be available on YouTube.
But if we drops,
Sorry.
so
Can you
if we this is going to be recorded, right? I mean, because if we drop now, the link will also break and we'll lose the important stuff.
So
Like
the session is getting recorded.
it's almost
It is going live on YouTube. You go to our channel, check in the live section. You will be able to get the video from there.
so that will be there present in the YouTube. You don't have to just
In YouTube live section, the video will be present. Like our previous live sessions also are available there. You can check from there.
Yeah. Okay.
Satvik, I have a question. I'm a little bit confused about the syntax of window function. So can you go to that slide which has like the
Let me go. This one.
yeah. Okay. So this we are doing that function over and this okay. So we are doing whenever partition by is not required, then we are doing only order by.
Yes. So you can skip if order by is not required, you can skip order by. If partition by is not required, you can skip partition by.
Okay.
Yeah, notes. I will see notes. I don't have any notes as such. Like this PPT, if you want, I can share after class, and rest you can watch in recordings.
Sir, if we keep the over function in like inside the parenthesis, if we do not pause any column, which means it will be applicable to everything, each and every row.
Sorry, where?
Yeah, in the over function, like it's mandatory to have the over function after the.
Yeah, we need to pass this thing you're saying, right?
No, I'm talking about the over partition by. So if we don't pass like even order by and partition by, and if we just keep the over portion, like just open the bracket and close it, that's it. Inside the parenthesis, we did not pass anything. So what will happen like?
If it makes sense, it will pass. If it does not make a sense, it will give an error. Just like, for example, if you're taking a sum, let's say you do sum, this query that we wrote. If you see, just let me come here where we were. This query, sum of salary, right? If partition by and order by you don't need to mention, then you don't even need to mention over. Okay, you simply write sum and across category and you group by.
Okay.
So if this is there, you can skip. Like if none of this you are using, then you don't need a window function, right? So it can throw error, it cannot throw error. We'll have to see, right? It depends. If the context is making sense, it will not give error. So that's how it works. But there's no point of using over and not using these two variables. There is no point.
Also, Satvik, rank, so like lead and lag will always have something inside their parenthesis, like the column name. Similarly, rank, dense rank, and row number should also
You
have.
can, but it is optional. You can or you cannot. Like even for some, it is not mandatory.
Satvik, I have a question. Like, I went for interview last day, like sorry, yesterday. So the question was is like, whose salary is improving year by year?
Yes,
So
yes. I have that question in today's class.
okay,
Okay. So
like yeah,
so basically what you do in those particular question, now you tell me, how did you do it?
like what I have done is like I have used lead function and take the next salary order by salary order by salary, just have mentioned order by salary, and as a next salary after that I have put in one CTE, and again I have called a select star from salary greater than next salary.
Okay,
So that's the thing I have done. Is it correct?
that is correct, but there is a better way to do that as well. I'm just uh getting, where did I put it? See, I don't conduct classes for Power BI because I
Yeah,
conduct no, someone is asking question. So I conduct for Python, data science, and other AI, ML. Those things I conduct. Power BI, I do not teach. I mean, I know, but I do not teach. I'm not like an expert in Power BI too.
Sadhvik, I have a question.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Yeah. So,
Wait a
as
second. Someone asked that if
yeah,
there is an
that,
increase, right? I will tell
yeah.
you that question I'm covering in today's class, so I will cover that. Yeah,
Because when we see that, like it may get some confusion to do, but I got that. But like later on, part if I got any other question, it may get confused, right? To think. That's why I'm asking. Like, is there any better way?
you do using window function. It is better way to do, like, I mean, see, I prefer window function. Like you can calculate, you can basically calculate a streak of increasing. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically what you do, so there's a concept of streak that is involved there, that you check whether every time the value is increasing, right, you keep a track of it using lead and lag, and then you plot it. So again, I'll have to explain that concept here. For
Yeah.
example, this particular question, it is like this. This is the practice question that I have for today. That there are overrides. Okay, multiple rides. Whenever, tell me all those events when someone is rating is increasing, something like that. Okay, this is a similar question to what you told. I will explain that in today's class if time permits.
Satvik, I have a question.
Yep.
Yeah, since it is a break, I'm just asking.
Yep.
Just wanted to know about job market. We are not
In
getting the
US or India?
no, I'm in US.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Not getting any calls since 3 weeks. So any change in the IT market, or we need to wait until next
We need
February?
to wait till February because like even in my company, I know how things work. So for December, January, February, their hirings are freeze because basically whatever their financial things are there, right? They don't.
Okay.
Even in my company, they have stopped hiring from November onwards. Okay, and it will go on freeze till February. So these 4 months in US at least, they
Okay.
are December, January, February. There are very less hirings in these particular 3 months. So
So
if you're not getting a call, don't mind. I mean, don't worry. That's
yeah,
pretty common.
but will the market will improve at least by
Market improves a
February?
lot in April, especially in April to June. It kicks a lot.
April to soon. Okay.
In March
so
also it
I
starts, but yeah, in April onwards, like I'm not saying don't apply before that. I'm just telling you that in general, the response that you're getting from recruiters, right, it will increase
Yeah.
in that duration.
Sir,
So,
because if like the interviewers can also, I have read this a lot in on LinkedIn that they are also asking to justify that the gaps basically, and there are like different ways to answer it. So there is no by what will they be exactly convinced, or whether do they really consider that much? How much importance do they give to that? If
How much
suppose somebody has been laid off or something.
layoff does not matter. If you I have been laid off, to be honest, right? It does not matter, uh, because in my previous company there was some financial crisis. They laid off 35 people. That does Layoff does not impact your getting a job. What it can impact is like for how many time, for like I didn't work for around 3 months last year. Okay, like I was laid off in February. I got a job in April. So for 3 months I was not working. Now it totally depends. That is not. But if you are having a sufficient gap, for example, I mean a very long gap, for example, more than 2 years, something like that, there you might need to justify or tell a reason. Like not every time they ask, but some if they ask, you should have a reason that okay, I was doing some internship. I mean, just don't tell them that you were sitting idle. That's the simple philosophy.
Is there anyone in this group who is currently pursuing their masters or studying in USA? Like I'm the one, and even Satvik sir is from USA right now. He's working. So anyone else?
I am not sure. Like if someone is there, he or she can answer.
Sir, I have a thing to ask. That is, say for example, you're applying for
Just a second. There are people, but maybe on not this call. But I know there are people who are doing masters anyways from our group. Yeah, please.
Yeah, sorry. So let me continue that. Yeah, a day before the interview, we normally say, for example, I apply for roles in data analytics. So I go through Pythons and it functions and Excel advanced functions,
Yeah.
advanced queries and everything. So do you have a cheat sheet for like SQL so that like in 1 or 2 hours you revise? As you said, the functions and everything are
I have
limited.
a lot of cheat sheets I will share with you if you want, right? But
Okay.
problem is remembering all that. But I will share. Like you can keep them with you.
Yeah, it's not about remembering. It's just about like a revision. Like, yeah, these are
Yeah,
the things that.
I have cheat. Like I have shared a lot of times in group. I will share. I have the cheat sheet.
Satvik, I have a question.
Yeah.
See, I'm just putting more effort on.
I will start in 2 minutes. Okay, it's straight.
Okay, I'll finish this
Yeah,
last
yeah,
question,
please.
Satvik. I
Yeah.
have a, I'm just putting more efforts on the SQL, okay? But in Snowflake perspective,
Yeah.
if you see the related to Streamlit notebooks, most of the topic features and all comes with Python code only. So, like, I'm a very beginner in Python. So I do not have, time or age to, pick up in Python. So is it compulsory we need to learn the mandatory to learn the Python?
What role are you targeting?
I'm into data engineer.
For data engineering, you see, you will need Python at some point of time because for data analytics, Python you can skip, but for data engineering roles, Python will be required. That's what my experience
We
is.
cannot rely only on SQL code.
No, for data engineering, you can. I mean, depends upon the role as well, but in most of the cases, Python will be required. At least understanding basic Python, because there will be scripts which you will need to automate. There will be pipelines you will need to build. So those things cannot happen in SQL.
Those are okay. Okay, the task all we can do automation with the help of SQL, right?
Yeah. The inside task you can do using SQL, but managing systems, right? Setting up the, for example, frameworks. For that you need Python, and you need an understanding of that. I mean, unfortunately, but if you want, like, unless your role requires only SQL, then it's fine. But if you talk to me data engineering in general, Python is
Okay.
required for that. But yeah, if your role does not need, then it's good. Like I worked as data in a data engineering role for around 6 months,
Okay.
but there I worked only on SQL. So depends upon the role as well.
Which
Satvik, I
company
have
you
one
work,
question,
Satvik?
please.
Sorry,
Which company you are working?
I'm where I'm working or where I was working.
No, you're right. Currently working on.
Right now I'm working at eBay. Yeah.
Okay.
Satvik, I have one question, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Satvik, as we got introduced today for the window function, so my question is in general practice, like if you talk about from industry perspective, So most of the companies, window function being used or like normal function being used in terms of
See,
SQL.
no one cares which method you are using. They want answer. Okay, first of all. So
Okay.
window function gives you a broader perspective of solving things. Like complex to complex things you can solve using window functions very easily. You will see
Okay.
that. That's why
Because
I recommend. Generally, people do window function towards the end. I teach window function at the start because that is required. Yeah, please.
yes, because as per my experience, I have been to like 3 to 4 interviews as of now, and when this comes to the SQL question, then they only ask from like left join, right join, and these functions only, and they never ask a
That is
question from the.
in left join, right join. You will need to do here as well. This is right now we are just dealing with one table. When there are multiple tables, you will need to join and then apply window function, right? So those concepts will always be there. Now again, it is. I'm not saying that a question cannot be solved using window function. You can solve all questions without window function as well. I'm talking about the best approach to solve any question,
Okay, okay,
right?
got it. Thank
It's
you.
not
Yeah.
mandatory that you solve using window function only. It's not mandatory, but yes, I recommend that because complex to complex question you'll be able to solve within very quick time. Okay,
Satvik, I have a question. Like I'm working
this is the
as a
last question I'm taking. After that, I'm starting the class. I'm really sorry.
sure.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, that is not related to SQL. Like when I have went for interview, they are asking Python questions.
Can we take
So
this question later on because this is not leading
sure,
to
sure.
class?
Yeah. That's why I'm.
So let's start with the discussion. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So we did. So remember we discussed all the major functions till now, but uh, uh, sorry for the yeah. So we discussed all the major functions till now. Now we just need to uh, now think like this. As I mentioned that see, window function is not just a form. So sorry for the wrong spelling of habit, but window function is not a formula, not just a formula. It is a habit of solving questions. Okay, so that's what I mean. That building the architecture and think on the lines of window function. That how will you solve something using window function? Okay, if you can build that architecture in your mind, I take guarantee that your SQL will increase at least 4 to 5 times what your present level is, right? Unless you are a master in SQL already, because if someone is already a master, he knows the importance of window function. Okay, so force yourself to solve every question using window. Some you will be able to, some you will not be able to. That is fine. I'm not asking you to become expert in a 3 hour of workshop, but my objective is that just to tell you that there is a method, there is a structured approach. If you follow, for if someone is starting, let's say you're starting a SQL today, after 4 months of sufficient practice, you will see a good increase. I'm not saying you'll become a master, depends how much you practice. Okay, and within a year you can become a SQL expert, right? If you just use the architecture, if you start breaking the question the way I was saying, it will really help you a lot. Okay, because see, SQL window function, all the summary questions that you ever see, wherever you come, sum, aggregate, whatever, everything can be solved using window function. Ranking questions, everything can be solved using window function. Remaining questions are only basic text operations, string operations. Okay, they for them window function is not required, but for all other important questions, window function will actually give you the right way. Okay? So uh, now someone asked me that when to use window function and when not to. So remember, solve it whenever you see any summary question which involves sum, average, minimum, make sure you solve using window. Okay, and whenever you see any question that involves creating some rank or want some top 3, top 5, those kind of things, push yourself to think on window function only. At least try to cover these two questions using window. Rest will come automatically to you as you move ahead. Okay, so a lot of people ask me that I know window function, but I don't know when to use. So the answer is, first, in case of summary questions. Second, wherever there is some ranking required. Okay, with this I finished the first theoretical concept. There is couple of theory, like there is 1 or 2 theory left. I will cover that in session only. So see, we have around 1 hour approximately. We are going. I'm not going to spend more than that because you guys will get tired. Let's try to solve as many questions as possible. Okay. I have like 7 to 8 questions, but let's try. So you have this particular data with you. If you go to your Excel, the data that I shared. So you guys, I'm giving you a few minutes. Like I'll give you 5 minutes for each question. Okay. So this is, if you go to this data, this PDF is present there, right? In this PDF, if you go to this sheet number, let me tell you. Yeah, this window function discussion, this particular table, to create this in your database. Okay, this particular table, window function discussion, create this particular data in your database. So it will come like this: select star from players. So for me it's like this. You can create whichever method you are using. Select star from players. This is it. Is everyone is having this table? Just I'm giving 1 minute. Please set it up because I told already before the class. Please set it up. I'm saying also one more thing. I will try to solve all the questions. Those who want to drop, they can drop. I'm not forcing anyone. Those who want to stay, please stay with me. Okay. So I will stay on the call till the last person is there. But those who want to drop off, they can drop off. Right now we have around like 40 plus people. It's a good number, to be honest. So now let's go towards the first question. The first question says that, so you have to solve this particular question number 1. The data is given to you. Now I'm giving you 5 minutes. Solve this first question. You have assign a unique rank to each player within their respective team based on their total points. So I'm giving 5 minutes. Once you are done, write down your query in the chat box. Okay. And if you're not able to, then remember first thing, if you're not able to write the query completely, at least write what you think, how we should solve the question. I'm going to read each of the answer carefully. So either write the query or write the steps if you're able to determine, okay, I will do it using this way, and put it down there. You have 4 minutes remaining. Okay. I cannot increase the font of this. This is a slide. Table is already with you. You just need to read the question. Assign a unique rank to each player within this.
I have written a query. Please check.
Yeah, I'm checking. Three minutes remaining. These initially I'm giving little bit easy questions, right? So I won't be discussing them in too detail because I want to discuss the difficult ones as well. But yeah, we'll discuss how to solve each question. Okay. So I have got few answers. Please try. You have like 3 minutes remaining. You have 2 minutes remaining. I have only got 2 answers so far. If you're not able to code, at least write down how will you do it. Last 1 minute. Priyanka, your query is wrong. You cannot use total of points. Read the question once again. Okay, time is up. So far, the answer that I have received, I see that few have written row number, someone has written dense rank, one person has written total. Okay. Now tell me, guys, see, first of all, let's discuss this strategically. Okay. Is this a customized selection or an aggregation question?
Customized.
What are we doing?
Customer selection. We are adding a new
We're
row,
adding
which
a new column. So this is
yeah.
a customized selection. Okay. What we need to add? We need to add rank. We need to create a new variable rank. Okay. Now the
Yeah.
question says assign a unique rank to each player. Now this is the key part. Unique rank to each player. Now let's go to the Excel. So this is the data that you have. Okay. How will you assign unique rank to each player? Will it be dense rank or it will be? Does dense rank give you unique ranks? Tell me. What did we discuss here? Which
No, neither
method
rank,
gives me
neither
the
dense.
unique ranks? Dense rank, row number, or rank?
Row
Row
number.
number.
So you need to use row number, not the dense rank. Because the question explicitly mentions I want unique for each person. So for example, here, I will first sort the data, right? Data will be sorted. So first thing, tell me what will be the window in this particular question?
The different teams.
Correct. So window will be different teams. So how it will look like? Your window will look like, for example, let's read the question once again. Within their respective teams you want, right? So if you come here, check this. This particular window is for CSK. This particular window is for DC. Similarly, different window for each of the teams, right? So it is given in the question that you need to calculate row for separately for each team. So for each team you will do this. Then we need to assign unique rank inside each. Okay, so how will the query look like? The query will look like simply I'll do select. Okay, I'm just using star, and because it's not mentioned that return me these many variables, I'm just using star. So what you will do, you will do row underscore number, correct? Over. Now let's start. What is my partition by? Sorry.
Team.
What is the partition by? Tell me.
Team.
Right? It is team. Any other partition, any other grouping required as per the question?
No.
No.
No, not yet.
Order by. Now I need to create rank based on what variable?
Points.
Points, right? Someone asked me, why don't I put points here? Because when you are mentioning here order by, rank automatically means through order by. Okay, so it will be points. Now I need descending or ascending. I need descending.
Descending.
Okay, as rank from table name is player. Just confirming if it's player or players. Players. Okay, see, I got this. So first I got for CSK. Okay, why is it not going here? Okay, See, I first I got for CSK. So what I can do, I can simply just to like reduce, I can do team comma player underscore name. Okay. See, I got this right. For each team, I got unique rank for each of the players. All good? Anyone? Any doubt? Shall I move to next one? It was simple, right?
So can you show the query once again in the editor?
Satvik, so what I did was before the class only, I had copied all the tables on one SQL sheet in my SQL. And now when I'm running this query of select star from players, it's showing me zero. Matlab the query is running, but it's not showing me the full table.
That I need to check which SQL editor you did, right? I mean, that how
Okay,
can
okay,
I
no
tell?
worries. No worries, okay.
So
Sir, here I have written the code using dense rank, and the output which is coming for me is exact. No, I don't know if it is exactly the
no, it is
same.
not same points. There are duplicates in points. I've seen that. That's why I've created the question.
Okay, I checked the first three and it was like, yeah,
For
the same.
first three, it
Okay.
will be same because see, there are different. But let me, there will be duplicates. I saw when I was creating the question. I'm
Yeah,
not.
yeah, there are duplicates
There is
in.
duplicate, right? You see that.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. So the for dense rank you might get correct, but the real method is row number. Okay. Now let's move to the next one, guys. Let's solve little quickly because we have to cover a lot of questions. Okay. So uh, first question is done. Now let's now solve this. Rank all the players across all the teams based on their total points in descending order. Players with same total points should share the same rank. So this one you can solve now. I think rank or dense rank. These two are comfortable, right? We don't need to like spend time on this right now. Everyone is comfortable with rank and dense rank right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, we can move to
Yes.
next part, right? We can, because we have limited time, so we'll spend on good questions. Entile is also a concept where you split the data in equal parts, but I'm skipping that right now. Let's focus on whatever we have covered. Okay, so now comes a good question. Okay, so this is the data that you are having. So where will you find this data? In the sheet that I shared, PDF. Okay, go there, you will find this lead lag thing, a data in lead lag. If you come here, rows between lead lag, this is the, so there are two tables. One is cricket. No, there's only one. Just let me check it. So yeah, there is only one table. Yes. Okay. It is also in cricket, but this is a separate data than the previous one. So create this one. And now the question is with you. So this data you already have. Now I'm sharing the question. This is the question. I know it will look little daunting to you, but you have like 10 minutes to solve this. Just don't go by the length. Question is easy to medium only. It is not very difficult question. So don't go by the length of the question. Okay, just read it. 5 minutes are over. 5 minutes remaining. Yeah, you will need to use case when. You have 2 minutes remaining. At least write where are you, what problem are you facing, are you not able to understand the question, are you not able to visualize the steps, are you not able to write the code. I need to know everything, and from everyone who is solving the question, that I need to know where are you exactly. If you're, I know most of you are not able to solve, that's totally fine, but where are you, where is your thought process? I want to know that. Last minute. Okay, guys, time is up. Time is up. Please stop coding now. So I see someone has written code plus visualization. I'm not able to recall case when. Case when. Okay, what about others? I see one query from Rajveer. The query looks good to me. Although it is not complete, but yeah, it looks good to me. What about others? Please tell me. Otherwise, I will not proceed. I mean, there's no point of like you guys are staying voluntarily here, right? So please tell me, where are you?
I don't know if it is because I'm using the lead and lag function for the first time,
Okay.
but I'm stuck between. I got the process. I am the one who wrote we should be using case, but here the thing where I'm stuck is should be lead or lag by season or runs and wickets. That is because if I go for seasons, then where am I putting the runs? Because partition by is from player name, so
Okay.
there is where I'm stuck.
So basically, let me tell you, you will lead by runs, but you will order by season. That's what you're going to do.
Oh yeah, okay, I understand now.
Make sense? Okay.
Yeah, it did.
Makes sense, right? Okay, no problem. Let's first of all uh, discuss what all we need to do first, right? First of all, tell me, is this a summary question or it is expand like what was the other name? Even I forgot. Uh,
Customization.
Customization. Yeah, it's customized selection.
I think it is summary question.
I think it is a customized selection because we
How to
need to
decide?
add.
Is my primary key changing or not?
No, because here we have to create an lead. We have to use lead function and the lag function to know the next improvement flag and the previous improvement, like previous season wickets win.
So so what is the player? What is the primary key in my this table? Player ID and player name, something like that, right?
Player ID.
Now,
Wait, no,
is that changing after applying the whatever? If you visualize what they're asking me to create for each player, calculate a scoring trend, a wicket consistency, and an overall performance. Three variables I need to add, right? So they will be added horizontally, right? Will there be any change in primary key?
No.
I'm just adding more features to the variables which are given, right?
Yeah.
First of all, let's understand this systematically. Okay, so okay, so this is the data that I have, right? So what I need to do, I need to create a consistency variable. I need to create let's say wicket, and I need to create an overall performance, right? Something like I need to create these three columns. There will be some values in this, but is that changing my architecture of my table? No. Okay, so first of all, we understood that this is a normal customized window question. Now let's read the question once again. The question is asking that three things: scoring trend. So how to create scoring trend? You need to compare the current season's runs with the previous next season's runs, right? So what you will do for each player, for each season, you will compare the runs here with the like 900 with 950, 950 with 870. 870 will not be compared with anything, right? And after that, you need to check if the value is improved or not. So first, let us try to create this particular variable. Okay, scoring trend. So we will need to create a scoring trend variable here, right? For scoring trend before, so let's try to break this. Remember, I spoke about breaking down the questions. So I have the input. I have my input table here, right? What I need to create, first of all, I need to create a scoring trend. This is my first variable that I want, scoring trend. Scoring trend will give me whether my performance is increasing, it is decreasing, or it is like stagnant, whatever it is. Okay. Now, tell me this thing. Do I have a formula to calculate this right now? Direct formula. Yes or no? Do I have a direct
No.
formula in SQL to calculate any scoring trend?
No.
No. So what will I do? I will first of all go from here. Step 1, create a score in next season variable. Okay, score in next season variable for each row. Okay, this is my first step. Okay, so let's say this was the player. Let's say Virat Kohli 2016. Let's say he had run 973. Okay, what I will do, I'll create, and I had this data 2017, let's say 686. What I have to do, I have to create for 2016 a column where I populate 686, right? So create next season score. This is my first step, or I can say my first milestone, which I discussed. Second, I need to check whether this score compare. Let's say this is current. This is current score. This is next season score. Okay, I need to compare this current score and next season score, right? And when I compare this, I can get the answer to this particular thing. Is it clear? The steps required to create scoring trend. Is it fine? Any doubt in this, in these steps? Now tell me this thing. Is there a direct formula to create score in next row?
Yes, lead is there.
Lead is the formula, right? So what I will do, first I will simply use lead to create a formula for myself. Okay, guys, I'm taking time to explain so that people who are doing it for the first time understand. Otherwise I can solve it in 2 minutes. Okay, so, or there must be a lot of people who can solve in 2 minutes, but please, let's wait for everyone. Okay, so what will I do? So first of all, let me create the data set as well. I think I don't have that. Data. Okay, so this is lead lag. I'll create this cricket data set. Okay. So I have this particular data that we created, right? Now, what I need to do for each row, I need to create a lead in a lead function, right? So I need to get the what is this points in the runs in the next season. For each row, I need to create that, and I will be using a lead function. So what I will do, I'll do select. I can use star as well, or I can simply do player name as well. It's totally up to me. So let me just do one thing. I will do player underscore name. I'll do team. Okay. I'll do season. Okay. Then I need the runs as well. Or let's do star only. Why do complicate things? Okay. Star. Now I need to use lead. Remember, for this row, I want the runs in the next row. So what will I use? Lead. What variable should go inside?
Runs.
Right? So I should have runs. Okay, lead of runs over partition. Now comes partition by and order by. All right, there are two things. Now tell me this thing. What should be my partition?
Season.
This is the question which I need. So let's say there's Virat Kohli. Okay. You guys tell
Player
me
name.
what I need to calculate the scores in the next season, correct? For a single player. Can I do one thing that can I do run of MS Dhoni in Virat Kohli? Is that possible?
No.
I just want to calculate runs for Virat Kohli only, correct?
Partition by player name.
So my partition by will be player name.
Okay.
Player name. Any doubt, anyone, why I'm not using season and why I'm using player name?
Let you tell me again, like.
What you didn't understand? Tell me.
Like why we use player name instead of having like it has that like a season, right, to compare the season, right?
Okay. What do you need to do? Let's say the Virat Kohli, Virat Kohli. Let's say there are 4 seasons: 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Okay, and you have the runs. For example, let's say 973, 686, 542, 473. Okay, you for this row you want the next, how much Virat Kohli scored in the next season. Okay, suppose you create a window across 2016.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
do you
got
get? You'll get 2016.
Then we will get null, right?
You'll get null. You'll get player name. Let's say Virat Kohli, MS Dhoni. But you'll get only one row for them. Correct. I want to get all the rows of Virat Kohli in a single place. Okay. Then I want to compare row by row. Correct.
Yeah.
So to get Virat Kohli's name at a single place, what will be my order, my partition by? It will be player name. And what will be my order by? I need to find the run scored in the next season. Tell me what will be the order by here?
Season.
Season.
It has season.
Table year.
Year, season, whatever you can name it. Okay.
Yeah.
So partition by this, order by season. Will it be ascending or descending? Now tell me.
Ascending.
Why not descending?
Because we are comparing next year, not previous year.
Yeah, we want next year. When we are using
Exactly.
lead means I want next year. Correct? So
yeah,
this becomes my, let's say, as next season underscore runs. Okay.
Satvik, why you have to mention before of player name, right?
Sorry?
After like partition by player name, right?
Oh,
You
sorry.
mentioned
This is
By
syntax is by mistake. This is by mistake.
syntax.
Okay. Is it clear? The code. So the first step was to create the score in the
Did you mention
Partition by.
I didn't
Partition
mention
by.
partition by. Sorry. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So I got for Virat Kohli, for every player, what did I get? I got the runs in the next season. Correct? Let's say this is for Hardik Pandya. This window is for Hardik Pandya. I got for next season. So the what was my first step? The first step was to create the runs in the next season. Now, what is my second step? I need to compare. What I need to compare, whether my runs for next season has increased or not. So what I need to compare here? I need to compare the runs, and I need to compare one more thing: next season runs.
Next season runs.
Right? I will compare if next season runs, whatever criteria is given to me. Okay, I'm solving one part, remaining part you can solve on your own. Okay, so if value is improved, like if they are same, then improve, decline. Let's say I have to use these tags. Okay, so what will I do? I will simply go here. Okay, now I have to use a case when. Now a lot of people are having this doubt that how to use basically case when. So how to write case when? See, I mean, this is a window function class, but I'll explain that either in course or some other video. So case when, there are multiple conditions. So you write the case scenario and you write all the scenarios one by one. So what will be the first first condition? First condition will be when your current season runs are greater than, right? So what you can do, so instead of creating here, I will do simply just for easy syntax, I will do select star from this. Okay. Okay. Now what I need to do, I will use a case when statement here. Okay. So case when. Okay. So what all I need to compare? Tell me which two variables I need to compare. Runs and
Next season runs.
Runs and next season runs, right? So I will say if my next season runs, which I created here, if my next season runs is greater than runs, okay, then what will I do?
Yeah.
Then I have to mark it as
Improved.
Improved.
Okay. Now, how to write case when? You will simply copy it, like whatever conditions are there. Now, second criteria will be when it is equal, when these two runs are equal. What will you do? Consistent.
Consistent.
Like, I mean, naming, you can see whatever it is, and I don't remember what it is.
Yeah.
When it is less than runs, then it is
Declined.
Decline. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is your first. And one more condition will be there when there is a null. Correct? In this C, if you see, there's a null as well in one case. So for that, what will you do? You will simply mark something. You it should be given in the question, right? That what you have to do. Other, I will simply mark it as else as n. Let's mark it as na. Okay. Right now, you can mark it as anyway. Now, case when, after how to close this, and as you can call it runs underscore trend. Okay. Is this clear? How I coded this?
Yes, Satvik.
Okay. Syntax error. Wait a second. As runs trend
From which table? Okay.
Oh, sorry, from cricket. Yeah. Yeah. Select star. Wait a second. Select star.
No, line
No. This was right. This was right.
No, this will be subquery.
Should be
Wait a second. Select star, comma case when this and as runs trend from this as b. What is it showing? Select at or near select star, comma.
Okay, use CT like.
No, I just want to use the basic
No.
code right now only because why is it throwing error? Just a second. Sorry. Select. Let's say. Yeah. Select star, comma case when. We are getting error here, right?
Actually, I think we can't use next season runs directly in case.
No.
To
It is
create
already
first in
created. No,
subquery.
it is already created. Oh, the error is this. After next,
You are using a comma. Yes.
Yeah, comma. Yeah.
Because nothing else was wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't see that.
Yeah. So we got this right for each player. What did we get? We get the improved, decline, right? Something like this. Similarly, you can create for wickets. Correct. That was a question.
Yeah.
And right. And third part was overall. When runs is also increasing, wickets is also increasing, then overall something like that you need to create. But coding method will remain same, right? You just need to add more lead and lag statements. That's it. But is this clear to everyone?
Yeah.
So basically, when I'm using the first case, then there will be another case statement for the wickets, and there will be another lag
There will be
function for
there will be a lag statement for wickets, and then you will use another case statement there.
case statement, and then the overall will be a subquery
Overall
for the third.
will be another subquery where you will take this the case when for the overall scenario.
Overall, yeah, got it.
Is it? I'm not writing because of the time constraint, but I can send you the like full query later. But this is how you will write it down. Okay. Okay, guys. So see, we cannot cover all the question given the time frame, but I will explain just couple of more concept and few questions. The remaining the challenge questions, maybe I will create a video in them, or we will do in some other class, because like it's going to be around 4 hours. So I just need like 20 minutes more to explain this rows between concept. Okay. Let me just increase the workshop timing, because meeting will close in 5 minutes. Just give me a second. I'm just increasing. Don't worry, we are not setting 5 hours. Don't worry. I'm just increasing so that it does not matter. Okay. So let's go here. Right. So you can solve. You understood the basic method how to solve it, right? Now, there are few questions which are very much frequently asked in interviews. They are including rows between. That is where dynamic windows are involved. Okay. You must have heard the cases, cumulative values, or right, what is the cumulative sale, what is the rolling average, those kind of questions you would have seen, right? So how to tackle those particular questions? First of all, you need to understand few concept, preceding, following. Okay, so let's go to this particular data set. Where is it? Dynamic ranges. Okay. Yeah. So suppose I give you a question that tell me the cumulative sale of each person over the day across the dates. So what do you mean by cumulative sale? Or rolling sum?
Running totals and running averages, right?
So what it means that cumulative, what does it mean? As you move forward in every row, it keeps on adding the values. For example, let's talk about this person, Priya. Okay. Now this is 1st of January 23, 2nd of January, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There are 5 days. Now what will be cumulative? For first row, cumulative will be that particular value only, right? What will be the cumulative for next thing? For the second row, for Priya.
1200.
And it would be
500 plus 700. That is
1200.
right.
Yeah.
500 plus 700, right? That is 1200.
2000.
Just let me format. Okay. So now for this will be 2000. For this will be 2300. For this will be 3300. So what is happening, if you notice that the window, so how to solve these particular questions? Because generally what we do, generally if I ask you that, okay, do sum of, let's say, something over partition by, let's say we use partition by Priya, person name, order by sales amount. What will happen in this scenario? Whole sum will be calculated for each of the row, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, we will get 3300 direct.
We'll get for each, everything will get 3300.
Yes.
But I don't want that. So there comes the concept of dynamic windows. Okay. This is very important to learn. This is the last topic for today. Rest we will cover remaining question in another workshop. Okay. Or okay. So what is happening? Now tell me this thing.
Can you please explain the last thing that you just erased, sum over partition?
I just said I ask you, normally when you create sum of all sales for Priya, what will happen? You'll calculate sum of everything, right?
Yes.
Sum from here to here. You'll
Hmm.
calculate everything, and you will write instead of this, it will be 3300 for every row. Am I right?
Yes.
But here for cumulative things are a little different. Inside the person, okay, for every row, the window is changing. If you clearly notice. So what I mean that, for example, when I am at this row number 3, what is my window? My window is from here to here.
Yes. Yes.
When I'm at this row 4, my window is from here to here.
Hmm.
When I'm at this row, my window is from here to here. Right? So if you notice one thing, every time window is starting from a fixed point, correct? And it is going till my current row. That is wherever I am. For example, for this particular scenario, it is present at till my current row. Okay. This is the concept of dynamic windows where we have preceding, following, and current row. There are 3 things. Okay. Preceding means, so what does current mean? Current row means at that particular row. For example, if I talk about this is the, for 4, this is the current row. For 3, this is the current row. For 2, this is the current row. Okay. Preceding means all the rows before this. So preceding means, let's say I'm talking about Priya. Okay. These 2 rows are preceding. Okay. And these 2 rows are following. Okay. Now let's discuss about this particular window. What is happening? It is, and then comes the concept of preceding or unbounded. Okay. So when I want to say that, okay, I want 2 rows before my current row. Okay. Or let's say I want 1 row before my current row. I want this window. Okay. What is this window? This window is 1 preceding. Am I right?
Yeah.
To 1 following and my current row. There are 3 rows. Correct?
Yes.
This is called bounded because you have given a foundation that you can only go up to 1, 2. You have given this foundation. This is the fixed window size. It will keep on moving up and down. Okay. This is bounded. And what is unbounded? That what you do, that you hinge yourself at the top. Okay. Not only top, at anywhere. For example, let's say you hinge yourself at there, then you keep on moving till the current row or whatever. Let's say you move till here, you move till here, you move till here, you move till here. Okay. You move till here. When you hinge yourself at a particular point, it is called unbounded.
Like it will use like when we want to calculate the first to transition date.
Yes. We'll see the question. We'll see the question. Okay.
Yeah.
So there is preceding means previous rows, current means current row, following means the rows which are next to my, and unbounded means if I hinge myself at to a particular point and I just keep on like falling from that particular point. Okay. Now with this concept, let us try to understand this particular question, which is where is it? Okay, so you see this, this is your current row. Okay. This is your current row. N preceding means n rows before this. Okay. Unbounded means for any window which is the top and for any window which is the last one. Okay. And n preceding means n rows above this, and m following means m rows below this. Okay. So unbounded preceding, unbounded following means the start and the end of window. And if you want to vary dynamically, you can use preceding and following. Anyone, any doubt in this part?
No, it's
No,
clear.
it's clear.
So now with this concept, just let's spend next few couple, not more than 15 minutes. We'll discuss few questions. They are very simple syntaxes, right? And we'll see how to solve them. Okay. So this is the data that you have. Okay. Because of time limitation, I'm not asking you to solve. You can solve in your free time, or we will have a practice session separately. Let's say this is the question. For each salesperson, calculate the cumulative sales. Okay. Up to each transaction date. Cumulative sales up to each transaction date. Okay. So let us say I talk about Priya first of all. Let's solve using one person only first of all. Now, generally, suppose this you are not given up to transaction date. How will you do? You will do select sum, right? And something. You will write down the sum for the whole window. Am I right?
Yeah.
But here you need to add something additional. Now tell me one thing. It's up to each. So what is happening for cumulative sum? Every sum is starting from the first row and it is going till the current row. Am I right?
Yeah. So it's unbounded
It's
preceding.
unbounded preceding.
Yeah.
And current row. Okay. So what you will write down in the query. So in the query, let me show you what you are going to write down. I don't have the table right now, but still let me write down the query. So you will write down, let's say select. So what was the name? Salesperson. Okay. So let's say you do select star only. Okay. So you will do sum of, you need, let's say transaction, whatever variable was there. Okay. Amount. Over. Okay. I'm coming down you because there is less space in the right. So first of all, you'll do partition by. Okay. So partition by name of the person, right? Person name. Order by. Now,
Transaction date.
Now what is happening? I need to calculate for the transaction, right? So I need to go from the start to bottom. So order will be by transaction amount. Now after this, you need to add rows between unbounded preceding. Okay. Preceding and current underscore row. Okay. So this will give you a cumulative sum which will start from the top and it will keep on increasing. Is it any doubt? Anyone? Anyone? Any doubt? Let me know. So
like it is bounded, right?
Sorry?
Like it is bounded, right? Not unbounded, right?
See what they mean by bounded, I told you, right?
Yeah.
That you're not bounded by restriction of going to basically they mean that you are bounded by the boundary of the window. Okay. It might sound little unintuitive, but it unbounded preceding means the start of the window and unbounded following means you like this is the last end part of the window.
Okay.
Okay.
So can you show the query once again? Like we'll take the screenshot.
Yeah. So sum of over this from your table. Okay. So let me just create the table and show you the query. So you guys just focus. You don't need to write down anything on your own right now. I'm just explaining because time is less. So row range between, this is rows between. Okay, so sales underscore transaction. Okay, so select star from sales underscore transactions. Okay, so this is the table, right, which I have. So what I will do, let me just show you. So select sales person underscore name. Okay, I will have the transaction amount, transaction date. So transaction underscore date. Then I have transaction sales underscore amount. And then I need to calculate one thing. So what I will do, I will do sum of sales underscore amount, okay, over partition by salesperson name, okay, order by sales underscore amount. Now comes the concept of rows between. So what will be there? Unbounded preceding and current underscore row, okay, as cumulative sale from what was my table name? Table name was sales underscore transactions. Wait a second, syntax error. As current row. Wait a second. Rows between unbounded preceding and current row as cum. Am I doing anything wrong? Can you just cross check, even like, because select sales.
End my invert that semicolon.
Inverted comma. Yeah.
Semicolon.
Where?
Sorry, semicolon.
Yes.
Where?
Semicolon.
Yeah.
Here it is not required, I think. Yeah, it is not required. Syntax error.
What is there after as? Like in the second last row, what is there after as?
Oh shit, table name. Thanks. Cumulative underscore sum. Partition by this, order by sales. Am I using variables name correctly? It is showing.
No, the variable is correct because it is a syntax error.
Near this, it is showing here, right? Error is coming here.
We need to give any round brackets after current row.
No, there's nothing. It's like this only.
Okay.
Rows between unbounded preceding and current row, which is right. Sales amount as cumulative sum. A second. Current row from sales underscore transaction. I'm missing something. No, the syntax is totally correct. Yeah. Partition by salesperson. Some silly mistake is going on. Wait a second. Could
Maybe
it
some
be that?
like uh, proceedings or rows, something like that.
Let me. Cumulative sale. Select salesperson name. Sum of sales amount. Just give me 1 minute, right? Transaction date is correct. Sales amount is correct.
Current row, do we need to use the underscore? I don't think so for the current row.
For
current row, yes. Current underscore row you are using, right? I don't think so. It is underscore current space
It
row.
could be that. It could be that. Yeah. From as cumulative underscore sale. Sorry. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, current underscore one.
It's been like 4 hours. Even like my mind is stuck up. Okay. So you see now, right? Let's say this for current. Okay. What is happening? 200 plus 300, right? You see the cumulative sale is increasing. Correct. Is the question one clear to everyone?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah.
Just 2-3 more scenarios. I'm just explaining them. I won't take more than 10 minutes now. Okay. Sorry, like it's been a long. Where is it? Rows between. Range between, I'll cover some other time. Okay. See, there are some standard questions like this. Now let's say if someone asks for each person transaction, calculate rolling 4-day sales till the current day. So what does it mean? Rolling 4-day sales till the current date. It means you want to calculate 4-day sales till that particular. So slide. Okay. So
Current day plus 3 previous days.
so let's say this is Priya, right? This is its date. You want 4 dates till this particular. So this is your first date. Okay. This is second. This is third. This is fourth. Am I right?
Yes.
So everything will remain same. The only thing you need to change here is the preceding thing. Now you are not starting from the top of the window. Am I right? You're starting from 3 rows prior to the current row. So what will you do? Rows between, you'll say 3 preceding, okay, and current row. Okay, this current row will be included and 3 preceding, like 3 rows before the current row. Any doubt, anyone?
How do we know which is the current low? Like is it the last value of that?
No, so you see, you need to calculate for every row. For each
order by transaction date, I think.
For each transaction, you need to calculate. Let's say talk about this particular transaction. This transaction. What will be the 3? So this will be the current row for this transaction, right? And 3 rows will be this prior to this. Let's say talk about this. This is the current row for this transaction. And this is the, so for each transaction, you need to calculate this. Are you getting my point?
So so basically, how are we assigning the current row, or it is automatically assigned? Like that's what. I'm
For
confused about
every row, you are going how you write query row by one by row, right? When you are at this particular
Yeah.
row, what is whenever you are at a particular row, what is the current row for that?
that particular row.
That particular row only, right? So
Yeah.
what do I mean that for every row, calculate the sum of 3 rows before that and that current row.
Okay, so before that, that will be like before, if there are no three preceding, then that will be null, 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 and
No,
then
no, no, no.
from
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay, got it.
Right. So this will be like dynamic window. It will be moving from top to bottom everywhere, right? For this row, it will be this. For every row, it will keep on changing. Any doubt, anyone? So what will I change in the code? Nothing I need to change. I just need to
Just the
go here,
preceding.
right? So where I wrote this unbounded, let me just order by sales amount. Okay, this is the part, right? So I'll remove this particular part, unbounded. Now I don't need unbounded. What I want 3 preceding and the current row. Okay, so I will get it. Now see, if I see for current, let's talk about this 6th row. Let's calculate things for this row. We are getting 22. We are getting cumulative sale as 2200. So it should be the sum of current row plus previous 3, 1, 2, 3. These particular. Can you check if 2200 is the sum of this? 900 plus 615 plus 7, 2200. Let's check for Rahul, any particular row. Let's check this thing for Rahul. Okay. This is the 19th row for Rahul. The cumulative sale is coming out to be 4,000, which will be equal to sum of current sales and the previous 3, which means these 4. 16 plus 27 plus 13, 4,000. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Any doubt,
Yeah,
anyone?
it's clear, Satvik.
Any doubt? Just 2 more examples. I will just explain. You don't need to solve anything. You can solve later on. Okay. Now let's talk about this question. For each salesperson, calculate the total sales for the current day and the next 3 days. What will you do now? Rows between what? Rows between current row and
Following three
Follow,
following.
three
following.
following.
Okay. So rows here you will change between current row and 3 following. Okay. Now tell me this. For each transaction, calculate rolling total sales by summing the sales amount from 3 transactions before the current transaction and 3 transactions after the current transaction. What will you do? What will be the endpoints here?
It would be 3 preceding and current transaction and 3
Yeah, see,
following.
you will use 3 preceding and 3 following. Current will already be included in that.
Okay.
Rows between 3 preceding and 3 following. It means 3 rows prior to current row, 3 rows after the current row, and the current row. Total 7 rows. Anyone, any doubt? There are like 25 people on the call. Just ensure.
Like we don't need to use current row, right? If we got like this.
It's mentioned in the question. Include the current row as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Then it would be 3 preceding and current row and.
No, you don't need to write. That's what I'm telling you. Don't need to write current row here. Whenever you
Okay.
mention 3 preceding and 3 following, by default, it means it will take the current row.
Okay. Because it is between, right? Yeah.
It's a window, right? So it has to go from 3 row prior to the 3 row end. So current row will come by default.
Okay.
And last question. For each person, calculate cumulative total sales. How will you do this? How will you do this one? What is the window size here? For Priya, let's say, what do you want?
Full window entire.
Full window, correct? From start to end. What is the starting point?
First transition. Yeah, sorry.
Unbounded preceding, unbounded following. Okay. Although it is not required, but still, if you have to ask, you will say from rows between unbounded preceding to unbounded following. That will be the answer. Okay, guys, with this I clear. Like, I have a lot of other things as well in this session, but I'm not covering because it will be like very hectic for you guys. We will cover them. So I have like range between as well. There's a concept of range, and there were three very beautiful questions. Uh, they're very beautiful questions, to be honest. Very calculate streaks and all that. But right now I'm not covering because it's too much. We'll cover them in some other workshop. Okay. So, or maybe in the course, the people who have joined the SQL course, I'll cover in the class. And for others, like, I will try to create a video or see, we'll conduct a session. Okay. So that's it from my end. I'm open to question and answer, like Q&A session. If anyone has any, otherwise, really thanks a lot for taking out so much time today. It means a lot. Like, you guys are very serious. That's why you're staying on the call. I hope I was able to teach you something new, or like, you can let me know the feedback. I will share a form, but let, right, this is how basically you need to approach SQL. You need to really think first of all about the architecture, okay, and then only you can proceed to writing code. Okay, that's what I do. That's what you should also do. That start solving, first think, then write. 80% of the time should go in thinking, then you should spend time in writing the query. Okay, so that's it from my end. If someone has any doubt, please stay on the call. Otherwise, you can drop off. I will share a feedback form either today or tomorrow. Please fill it once, just for for hours, because we want to improve these sessions.
Satvik, I have a question. Like, you guys have a platform, right, to practice data sense dot AI
Yeah, we
something.
have, it
Can you
is
share that
no,
one?
it is
Like,
closed right now. We are changing it. We are adding more things to it. That's why it's closed for right now.
okay, that was
But
nice because we can learn as a games as well, right?
yeah, there were a lot of things. We are launching games. We are launching a lot of things. That's it. The website is in development phase right now. It will take
Yeah.
few days. Yeah.
And one more thing, like as I asked before, like, is there any for data engineers to follow for Python questions for interview purpose?
Python, you can text me separately. So basically, there are set of questions depending upon your role. First is DSA basic, where you need basic programming. Second is your knowledge of your data engineering pipelines, ETL, and all that. There are some set of questions where you should know how to create APIs, how should you create workflow. But I'll check that and send you. You can remind me on group. I will check that.
Sure, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Anyone, any other doubt? Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot. If anyone has any doubt, please let me know. Otherwise, you can drop off. Thanks a lot for taking out 4 hours today. Means a lot.
Thank you, Satvik.
Thank you so much, data science team. Highly appreciated your effort. The entire effort goes to your data science team.
Thank you.
As
Thank you.
you are very patient from since 8 p.m., right? That is really appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
Because of
request
you,
I request you to get more sessions like this on other technologies as well, like data
Yeah,
engineering.
I conducted 3 project workshops on GenAI as well. They are on our YouTube channel.
So
This
I
is for
was joining this for the first time, so that's
yeah. So I keep
highly
on conducting.
appreciated.
Last week was for GenAI. This is for SQL. I'll keep on conducting for different topics. See, I
Got it.
mainly conduct on data science, AI, ML, Python, SQL. Right. I'm not a Power BI expert, so I don't conduct on them. But yeah, these sections I take care of.
Okay. Truly appreciated your effort.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
But how
I think
everything you're able to manage, Sati?
Sorry.
How you can, you're able to manage everything.
That's like I have
Yeah.
like, if I started a platform, I have to take care, right? Otherwise, it will be No, it's just that
Yeah.
I'm motivated by two things. First of all, like this helps me in personally as well. For example, a lot of things I don't do. For example, I don't do SQL coding as of now,
Okay.
my current role, because it's totally Python based, right? But
Yeah.
if I have to appear for an interview in future, right, or I have to
Yeah.
teach the people, I should know SQL, right? That's why when I conduct these sessions, I'll be very honest. Uh, it helps me. For example, I prepared PPT, I prepared questions, right? I revise things myself as well. So that I also remain like upgraded. That's my motivation as well,
Yeah.
along with teaching. Yeah.
But I impressed, like, with your hard work nature, but we could not, in US getting time is like, so precious. I'll see for men it will be little different, and for women it will be
Yeah, I
little
agree.
different, right? Could not able to,
The first thing is that
spend.
the first thing that I'm single, right? So like I don't have like wife, family yet.
Okay,
So easy for me to manage.
okay.
I don't know. Maybe after a couple of years, I might not be able to. But yeah, I will try.
Yeah.
I will try. I'm trying to set data science as a platform where like there will be couple of more teachers with uh, like you will get services like this always.
Mhm.
It will not always be me, but right now it's only me, because if I want to get a good teacher, problem is that people charge a lot of, like for such a session, right? I conducted a 4 hour session. People charge
So much patience.
it-
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
it's not
Highly appreciate. Yeah.
they charge money, a lot of money, right? I mean, they will
Yeah.
charge 50,000, 1 lakh rupees. Now if I have to cover that, I will have to.
That's what. Any corner we are not able to compare with anybody, with you. That's
So
inspiring us actually. But like
thanks a lot,
yeah,
thanks a lot.
yeah, yeah, no problem.
It's just purely motivation of like teaching, plus
Correct.
it helps
Yeah.
me as well to stay updated. That's it.
Agree, agree. Yeah.
So thanks a lot, guys.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
can drop off, enjoy. Like if you're in India, good night. If you're in US, good afternoon, and
Yeah.
enjoy your day.
Yeah.
I'll bring up another workshop very soon, and we have to conduct this the difficult questions as well. Sometime we will do that, but it's fine.
Sure, Satif. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you very
So
much.
I will share the LinkedIn profile. You can DM me. So thanks. So I'm dropping off the call because no one has any other question.
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
Will you share the PPT?
I will
PPT,
share
the
the
one
PPT.
which you have shown.
Let's go one by one. Let's go one by one. Yeah, I will share the PPT. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, please. Someone is asking a question. Hello. Hello.
I was just asking about the PPT
Yeah,
only. If
PPT. I will share after the class. Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Aishwarya, for Python, I have already created like more than 50 hours of videos and session, but I'll conduct them. Like if you go on our YouTube, I have created more than 50 hours of video on Python, and but still, if you want any particular class, I will create. You can just tell on group that on which particular topic you want next workshop, so I'll conduct. Rest, we have a SQL course also starting next week. It's a live 30 hours of live class. If someone is interested, you can join. But again, it's not mandatory. It's up to you only.
How much you're
So
charging, Satif?
I'm charging 1,500 for that.
Okay.
I mean rupees, not dollars.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm dropping the call now. Okay. So thanks again,
Okay.
everyone. Have a good day ahead. I'll
Once
see
again,
you.
thank you.
Okay.
On the weekend, thank you so much.
Thank you.